All right.
Good morning.
Good
How John?
morning. I'm
Jonatan.
good. How are you?
Doing well, man. Doing well. It's been a much more calm day today in good old Brisbane over here. The the weather has calmed down after the past couple of days of chaos. So
That's right. You had a bit of a weather situation there.
yeah, multi personality disorder or something for the weather. It was crazy, honestly. I mean, we come into storm season. The past 2 years has been pretty chill. We've had some like one-off stuff. But yeah, Queensland, you always get some craziness. It's either whatever year it is, it's like everything at once and it's nuts, or you get nothing. So we'll see how the rest of summer goes over here.
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
hope it gets doesn't get as crazy. I guess you guys are mostly worried about the fires, right? Dry weather and
yeah,
heat.
yeah, yeah. That's always the worst over here. Like we had some of the really bad fires the past couple of years. So yeah, not great.
Yeah, I
But
remember how long was it? Like a couple of years ago, you had like a really bad fire across all of Australia.
yeah, pretty much the whole country like on fire. Pretty much, yeah. What was that 2022? I believe, off
Yeah,
memory.
I
I
think
don't
it
know.
was.
Yeah, he'll
Yeah,
correct when it was. Yeah, and the
yeah, like
floods. Floods we get in Brisbane, which are quite big. Yeah.
man, that
Uh,
sucks.
yeah. Oh, it's a bit of fun. I mean,
It's
it
a bit of
sucks for
fun.
it
Okay,
sucks
right.
obviously for everyone, people, businesses, that kind of stuff. But when
Yeah,
it floods, you can go around canoeing, and you're like at
right.
the same side as like the traffic lights, and it's kind of weird, right? It's really cool. But yeah, no, it's wild. Yeah, and
Right.
the site. Good point. Yeah.
Daily Clash of Clans. What's up with the names here on YouTube? We gotta change this. We gotta go back to what was in the past, like normal name. I'm not saying
Yeah.
your name is particularly bad, but like it's weird that they have the actual like handle or whatever, not the name, whatever. That is a completely makes no, it's not relevant at all. So 10% dump on gold. Will it go up now? So this is actually pretty cool. It would be even cooler, of course, if I actually took this trade. But if you guys remember, when we had that stream on Monday, we looked at this setup on gold, and basically, you did some TA here and said, okay, the got the measured move for gold. The first conservative target for this as a long setup would be here, and then of course we flip that back, and it would be this short. But I remember during the stream we had this move right here. So the entry, like the risk to reward, is not really that great down here, because what you want to do is most cases you want to look at having your stops across the other side of the pattern, which would be here. So even if you're going to be entering on the confirmed break, I mean, it's going to be like a 1.3 or down to that level.
Yeah.
Now, of course, you can go into the lower time frames and just place your stop above the high of the move that initiated the break, which would be here, and then I would probably be a little bit more conservative, put it up here. That would be a 2.4 R trade, definitely worth. This would be, could potentially be a trade that I could be taking, but I am, like I explained in the webinar on Monday, I am more interested in going long on gold. So the question here is,
You want to go long still?
yeah, I mean, I'm just waiting
Really?
for an opportunity to go long. I'm not saying I'm going to go long now or this week or maybe even next week. I just feel like there are going
So
to
I think
be.
I was just going to say I think the long opportunities have gone. Like that was the downdraft that we came to the measured point that we mapped out. Right. That was the point you go long from that support. I think if you, I agree with what you were printing out before as far as risk reward. With either long or short from here, it's not ideal. But the only place that if we ran up further, I would want to be shorting from there. Uh,
Yes, but I think you have more of a like I'm thinking long term here. I'm thinking what's the like
yeah, okay, yeah, that's okay. Yeah, what's your hold duration? Are you talking like a long term portfolio, or are you talking a trade? You know,
so long term portfolio. I'm still adding to gold on a monthly basis. I'm taking about 30 to 40% of my monthly income goes into a long term portfolio. Actually, I think it's closer to probably 50%. So about 50% of my monthly income goes into a long term portfolio, and
that's a good number.
30% of that, so 30% of that goes into gold on a monthly
That's
basis.
good,
Just every
man.
time
Yeah.
so every time I get that. So um,
Congrats, I'll say as well, because like that's a good achievement level to be able to put 50% just like straight in. That's good.
yeah, it's something that I've aspired to do all my life. Like I remember maybe 15 years ago, I watched an interview on like national TV with a someone from like a Swedish bank, and they're like, "Oh, how do you recommend people save?" And he's like sitting there with his suit and everything, and he's like, "Well, I save 50% of my income," and I'm like, "Who?" Who can do that though? Like, what? I look around. I'm sitting like at that time. I had like no money. I look around. I look at my friends. I'm like, does any of you even have money to survive the month? You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
Like normal people don't have like that opportunity. But
yeah,
now that I'm able to invest my company money, I'm basically building it's an investment from my company's side. Obviously, I'm not going to take my like I'm not going to invest 50% of my personal salary, because that
yeah.
is
Because
just
you
going
get
to be a
the taxes.
nightmare. And yeah, I
Yeah,
have to pay like 50% of on the taxes if you combine personal income tax and the employer tax, and then on top of that the profit on the company earnings end of year. It would roughly be like above 50% tax on whatever I take out as my personal salary. So to pay 50% tax, and then of that 50% invested, it's better to just take the company money, invest it directly, and then take out slightly lower salary. So um,
yeah,
and the goal is to have, I think, whatever. But that's what I'm doing. Yeah. So you could say that it's a, type of dollar cost average. It's not
yeah,
really dollar cost average, because if I would have more money, I would just put it in. It's more about, I'm forced to do dollar cost average because I am limited in the money that I have. I have to look at my monthly income and invest from that. I'm not a millionaire. I'm not wealthy, so I don't have like a pile of cash where I can just put some of that in. Like I'm just gonna the money that comes in, I divide it up into the KISS portfolio that we talked about, the S&P 500,
yeah, yeah,
gold, and Bitcoin. I have a slightly different one though. I've started accumulating Microsoft, AMD, and some of the. I'm looking at some of the smaller companies in the AI space, where I'm putting like just a percentage of the portfolio into these companies. Now, because
yeah.
we see Nvidia is like Nvidia in invested in Nokia the other day. Like they announced investment in Nokia, and I'm like, okay, so Nokia, like Swedish telecom company known for their
Mm,
phones back in the 90s.
yeah, dude.
Shout out to 3310 Nokia, great
Yeah,
phone.
shout out. So good,
The
dude.
best
So
only
good,
phone
bro.
I had.
Nokia. If there's any phone company to make a comeback that could do it right, Nokia, I think, is it. Purely
Yeah,
from
man.
like that brand recognition, and if they did it right, got all the. I think if they went the Android way, no good. But I think if they actually made their own proprietary single platform, kind of like Apple, and they could even do like a side thing with Apple and say we use the Apple App Store and they did a combined thing, I think, obviously Apple probably wouldn't do that because you're like, okay, now you're taking revenue from iPhones. But potentially there's a way to do it. Oh my God.
Imagine
No, I don't want to upgrade. Dude, I'm being blinded right
that
now.
is right screen right there. Man, you look like
Yeah,
a proper Halloween ghost.
I just got a thing from Windows to upgrade to a new thing
So
or
I'm gonna
something.
show you. Gonna show. First of all, thank you for the kind comment. Appreciate the feedback, and you're absolutely right. Let's make sure to get that the likes and subscribes up. We have a goal hitting 100,000 subscribers before the end of the year. We have about 12,000 left. It's going to be difficult, but it is definitely possible. So to answer this question right here,
We still get there.
yeah, we're gonna get there. So what instruments do I use for long-term gold investment? So right now the ones I'm using is iShares Physical Gold ETC, and for Bitcoin I'm using the VanEck ETN, and I'm also using the VanEck Ethereum ETN. And for the S&P 500, I have Vanguard S&P 500 ETF. Fairly good. Good
Yeah,
stuff.
because
It's
that's a good point. Because like you guys want to trade through ETFs, etc. Typically to invest in gold. Otherwise, like if you do it through CFD on basically low to no leverage, you'll still get the negative carry, which is gonna delete all your gains. So definitely look
yeah,
for
and
that
then you can have like if you're going to be
cost-effective measure. Yeah.
yeah, and if you're going to be investing in so in Sweden, if you're going to be investing in a private account, you have something called investment savings account where you can put your money in an investment account instead of a like a normal savings account, and then there's going to be a flat fee on taxes. So you're only paying taxes on the money that you withdraw out of that account. So it's a very good way of taxing.
Wait,
So
so
you don't.
even if you even if you like take profits, take realized gains, but so long as it stays in the account, you don't pay tax. Is that what you're saying?
I believe that might be. I'm not okay. I'm not gonna. I can't comment on that completely. I believe there
You're
might
not
be
sure,
some
but okay,
flexibility.
with
I'm
there's
not sure.
not tax advice or etc. But is that how it works?
I need. Okay, so I need to look this up. I'm gonna ask my assistant. He's sitting here behind me, actually to the right of me. I got him on the right screen here, so I will have a little chat with him throughout the
Right.
stream here, and I'll ask him if. If that is the case. But I know that it's very tax efficient. It's very it's very tax efficient. You don't have to
Right.
like pay taxes on individual purchases and sales. It's basically just a flat tax. So the issue with that is like if you if you would by mistake put money into the account and then you're like, oh, that was a mistake, so I withdraw the money, then you have to pay tax on that withdrawal. So you got to be careful with the money put in and actually look at it as uh, yeah. So I think
Right.
this is the case in England. We have what's called an investment ICA. It's completely tax free on the returns. You can only deposit to 20K each tax year. Though if you live in the UK, you have to have one. Stupid not to. Yeah, I think this is pretty much the same. I don't think we have a limit though on how much you can deposit
Mm.
each year, but it's very tax efficient. And right now, there's a lot of talks in politics about increasing the tax. Obviously, left people, I'm looking at you. You want to destroy any good things that we have. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I love everyone, but there's like a big discussion right now between the left and right. Obviously, the right
No.
wants to have it as it is, and then the left kind of says like, we gotta tax the rich and all of that. So they're going to increase the taxes on that. But it's a really really efficient way if you're investing privately. If you're in the UK, definitely look up the investment ICA. And unfortunately, from a company point of view, I can invest in that as a company, but they have other vehicles where I can invest in
Mm.
a insurance type of company. So I'm like, it's not on paper. I'm actually not owning. It's not really me owning the instruments. It's kind of like a company selling that to me as an insurance, which makes it much easier from an accountant point of view.
Yeah, right.
And all of that, and from a tax point of view as
Yeah,
well.
in Australia, there's basically no way to get around like any realized gains. If you close a trade or something, like you're immediately due tax. Right? There's basically no deferrals except for like real estate. Real estate is ridiculous as far as tax incentives across the globe, frankly. But yeah, trading, yeah, there's nothing like that. That's the trouble.
Yeah,
You know,
but
so
it's important to have
that's cool.
these.
Like if you guys have that, that's mega. You only tax if you take out of the fund. So
Yeah, I think that's the case. Yeah. Okay, so
yeah,
that's the vehicles that I'm looking at for long-term investment. So looking at gold here, what I'm saying is like when I'm interested in going long, I'm not interested in going long today or tomorrow or maybe next week. I'm just saying that what I'm interested in is at this stage in the market for gold, I think there is so wow, I have a really nice, really awesome comment here. Leave trading and go home. You're useless in this space. I'm gonna print this out
what
and
if
I'm
he's
gonna.
already home? What does he do now? Where
I'm
does he
actually
go?
at home. What I'm gonna
Does
do
he
is
go
I'm
to
gonna
the
print
park
this.
or like you know?
I'm actually gonna print this out and then I'm gonna frame it. I'm gonna put it up here, and then whenever I have my big ass payouts, I will put this next to that frame.
Yeah,
And you
every
know what?
single
I will
payout right
whenever
underneath,
whenever I go
right?
out on my daily walks, looking at everyone, including this asshole, going to his 9 to 5 job, I'm gonna be thinking about you when I'm a full-time trader enjoying my time and the freedom that trading allows me to do. I'm gonna take the Friday off and I'm gonna look at you. I'm gonna say, man, you poor soul. You would have wished that you have the freedom and the opportunities as a trader as I do. Go to the 5ers, get an valuation account, get funded, make money, and enjoy the life as a trader, just like I'm doing in my home
Oh,
because I'm trading from home, I'm working from home. I got the freedom to do whatever I do. So if you call me useless, tell that to my family and friends that enjoy the riches and wealth and the time with me that you can never have in your 9 to 5 job. So what color is your whatever car you have is what I'm
what
asking you.
color's your
Probably
Bugatti?
pretty right. Whatever. I love everyone and I love you as
Oh,
well. I'm going to print this out and it's going to remind me of the people that told me that I'm not going to be able to succeed. But here I am. Here I am. Love you, man.
that's
Thank you for that
hilarious.
motivation. Right. Okay.
There we go.
So, what I'm
You're the
thinking
last
about
one.
gold here, right, is I want to go long on gold. But the question is, will when will I do that? Like, I think
Yeah,
in the current environment that we are in for gold right now, it's a it's kind of like with the S&P 500. The edge in equities like the S&P 500 and NASDAQ is definitely to look at it from a long only perspective. The best way, in my opinion, to invest in let's say the stock market or whatever is to look at it as something that is, if you have a dip, if you have a bear market, eventually it's gonna recover and continue its upwards trajectory. You're never gonna see the S&P 400 dip down and form a downtrend in the bear market. And but by the way, Remy, our producer, do not ban this guy. I actually do consider him. I want to see what he has to say. So do not ban him in the comments section. This is pure entertainment, and it's fuel for
he's already
for
got another one for you. So
this is the fuel for what we're doing right here. Yes, you live from courses and fake demo funded account. So okay, let's you know what let's discuss this. So
just
yes, there.
investing 50% of his income just straight into the market, but like,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
no, dude.
So I don't offer anything. I actually, you know what? I offer quite a lot of things. I do
Actually,
offer.
free.
I actually offer mentorship, I offer courses, I offer indicators, I offer community, I offer help, I offer guidance in the world of trading, and I do not pay a single dollar for that. I don't charge a single dollar. Everything's completely free. Do you know why that is free? Because I'm making money from what I'm doing right here and from my trading, and I'm funded, and I'm getting payout from that funded account. I don't need to prove anything, because proving anything to people like you will not change the income and the money that I'm making. It's simply a waste of my time to prove anything, because that means I'm taking money from my trading and my actual business by giving people educational knowledge so they can thrive in their own trading. But you're absolutely right. Like, I'm going to give it to you, man. Like, you're absolutely right to be critical of people in this space, because 99% of everyone out there in this trading industry are fake, you know? Like, you got to
That
ask
is
yourself,
correct, Tom.
yeah,
That
you
is
got to ask
correct. Yeah.
yourself, if someone says, hey, buy my course for $5,000 and you're going to be a millionaire trader like me, if you're a millionaire trader, why do you sell a course? If you make millions trading, focus on trading, do not sell a course. There are some people out there that actually do sell a course and they're very successful in the trading space as well, but most of them have been successful and then they're no longer successful today, but they still need an income. So they take the information and knowledge they had back then when they were successful, they package it and sell it as a course. I don't see a single problem with that. They have amassed knowledge and time over maybe 10, 15 years. They take that and they sell that to you, and you should be grateful for that time and that experience. But most people out there, they do not they don't make a lot of money from trading. They make money from selling the dream of trading. Because let me tell you this, it's very easy for me to say, go buy my indicator and you'll become a millionaire. That's easy, and I'll make money doing that. It's
Please,
much
bro.
more difficult for me to actually use that indicator, trade with it, become a millionaire, and then show you how that happened, and then tell you, if you want the same, do this. You don't see that, right? You don't see that. You will never see long-term track records from traders that sells these courses. If someone sells you a course, the first thing you want to ask them, could you please show me your broker statement for the last 6 months? And that the whole circus begins. Ask that to
In a
every trading mentor, every
protected
guru.
file as well.
Yeah, that's it. And then if you
Yeah.
will want, if you ask me, show me your broker statement for the last 6 months, I'm gonna tell you, no, I don't need to prove anything, because with that or without that, I'm still making the money that I'm making, and spending the extra time to prove something is effortless. It's just or it's useless, because that's just taking time away from what is important. Okay. Anyway,
No, this is great.
so
This is funny, dude. I love the rage baiting and all this kind of stuff. Like
yeah,
it's
because it
hilarious.
doesn't work
It's
on me, because
hilarious.
I don't give a shit. Like, I don't care. Like, I do not care. You can hate me as much as you want. You can
Oh,
call me
bro.
fake or whatever. I'm gonna take that bag of money. I'm gonna go buy something, and I'm gonna send you a picture of that, the thing that I bought with my trading profits, and I'm gonna tell you, I don't care about proving anything to you, because I'm living the dream. I'm living the
All right.
life that I want to live.
Okay. This seems more like a serious question, so I will address this because this seems like someone that actually got hurt. I will say, bro, if you have followed certain people and been hurt by that, that is actually severely like not cool, not good, that kind of stuff. What I will say, as far as this stream with us here, we turn up every single day. And if you are looking for legitimate people to follow, to give you advice, insight, outlooks on the market, that kind of stuff, quality information, quality outlooks, quality aspects, all that kind of thing, you can come here, join us, right? If you've been done wrong, done hard by other people, I am incredibly, incredibly sorry to hear that. That is terrible. That sucks. And it sounds like you have, right?
Yeah,
With that,
it's
yeah,
it,
do that due diligence. You will see us here every single day. You can cross compare what we say every single day. It's live recorded in real time. you can go past all the past recordings as well. So hopefully, potentially, you have found a better home right here, right? And hopefully, if you yourself, I assume you have been stung by some of these operators, that you can join us here and potentially you will be able to rebuild and grow and get better from that. But yes, just to anyone out there, be careful. Due diligence, be very extensive, all of that. But yeah, we would love to have you, man. If if you have had a poor experience with other people, then we'd love to have you here. Right?
But then what are you doing here? Like if you're only doing hedge fund long term stuff, then what are you doing here? This is a live trading show where trading mostly intraday in the forex market. Like and you see tons of youngsters losing tons of money in life with
I
self-called
also
traders.
say hedge funds don't only do long term stuff. They're in and out of certain positions. They've got long term positions as well. The entire
What
thing
in
is
the
that
hedge
a hedge
business,
fund just basically defines a entity that can trade in whatever manner they want. They can trade long, short, FX, commodities, indices, ETFs, direct stocks. They can, invest in private entities like outside of a public market. They can do literally anything there is. They could invest in Ferraris if they want. Like, hedge fund is just a certain entity with a structure of a business, which basically gives them free reign per their fiduciary responsibility outlined in the contract when those investors come to that business, saying what they can't do and what the expectations of what they are going to do. So when you say hedge fund, it's just a very arbitrary definition of an entity that can do whatever they decide for themselves that they can do. So that,
I mean, this guy has no idea what he's talking about. He's like, oh, now all of a
yeah.
sudden he's just a long-term hedge fund type of trader, but he obviously has no idea what he's
If you
talking
want to do
about.
that, go read, go follow Warren Buffett. Read what's his book recommendation? What's that book? Someone will say it in chat. Buy an ETF, you know, average in, right, and then just sit there. That's what you can do, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, I tried to throw an appeal to you, man, to come and join us. There's quality information here every day. You'll have, if you want like proof and stuff, like you're saying with this, we're here every day in real time. So there's
So
your
the
proof.
truth is as
So
well, if you look at me,
there you
for
go.
example, I would say that I'm a much better analyst than a trader. You look at this trade here, for example. I mean, this is not a trade I took. This is an analysis I did and turned out to be correct. And I would say it's a very good analysis. And if I would trade the way that I did my analysis, I think that goes for everyone. I would be a much better trader. I would also say that I believe I am a better teacher than I am a trader. I know many people that have followed me in the past, and I did run a mentorship before joining the 5ers as well. And a lot of um, a lot of the students I had back then is now successful traders, and I'm gonna be honest, some of them are more successful than I am. Like I've never said that I'm like a big shot millionaire trader or anything like that. But what I have said is I have a vast knowledge base when it comes to technical analysis that is growing every day. And I'm able to help people understand technical analysis and trading from a point of view that I feel is quite, um, I'm good at teaching it, right? And so I think like
And it's not
there
as though you don't clean up, dude, as well.
yeah,
Like,
but
yeah, you're not at like a milli a year, but like,
yeah.
look at your past couple of weeks. Don't downplay yourself here. Come on, Jonatan.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
What
exactly.
are
I
we talking
mean,
about? Yeah.
you know that I did, made quite a lot of, nice money the last couple of weeks. And it's like, but that's nothing that I'm like, okay, I got to show off with that and post it everywhere. Like I did this and that and this my trading. I don't really care about it. I do not care. Like I have nothing to prove really. I'm living the best life I can. And I'm not going to be that person that's going to be like, oh, look at this. I made 5K, 7K last week or something like that. I don't care. Like as long as I can, have fun and be in these live streams and talk
All right.
trading and talk technical analysis and share the time with the right people. I
With this final comment, bro. Like I said before, I try to invite you in. If you've been done hard wrong by others out there, you're happy to join us. We'd be happy to expel some of our, information, knowledge, all that kind of stuff. I've been trading for 13 years now, full time, the whole time, no other job, etc. I've lived off that completely. We're happy to extend that knowledge and information, etc., to you every single day in real time. But if you're going to be saying that stuff, then I don't know. Take a chill pill, reassess. I'm sorry if you've been hurt or had a down day, whatever. But potentially, step away from the market, step away from the computer, take 2-3 days off, chill out, have a glass of wine, something, and then I will say you are very welcome back here as well after that. Okay. But yeah, all the
right.
best.
Well, now so let's try to drop that.
Let's shuffle
We'll
on.
move on.
Let's shuffle
Thank
on.
you for. So I think for gold. Okay, so what I'm saying when I'm saying I'm interested in buying gold, I'm not interested in buying gold around these levels, but I am interested in buying gold on the next opportunity where I believe would be more of a long-term bottom, because like there's many more opportunities out there. Let's say we have a big list of assets that we're watching, around 40 different assets I'm watching on almost a daily basis. So there are going to be other opportunities while I'm waiting for that big opportunity on gold. So we talked about the S&P 400 being an asset that is very has a the curve of returns on the S&P 400 is very I believe it's called skewed to the right side, right, where you have the curve is the majority of the profits are in the positives, which means we are, for the history of the S&P 400, we are in an upwards trending market, which means in a bull
Yeah,
market dips
positive
are
drift.
and you look at bull markets, and dips are meant to be bought. And I believe the best way to trade a bear market or a recession or bear market in the S&P 400 is to accumulate cash and then wait for the bottom and start buying. And I'm trying to apply the same idea to gold here from a long perspective. So we could view this as, okay, so what is the primary trend? Well, obviously the primary trend, in my opinion, is still very much to the upside if we just look at the overall high time frame picture. So what is the primary trend? The primary trend is the predominant and most the most obvious and visible trend on the chart. And we could safely say that this is an uptrend and that is a downtrend. So looking at gold right here from this perspective, we have a clear uptrend. Looking at the daily, we have broken the local uptrend, so we could say that it's in a retracement of the overall bullish trend. The question is when the bottom that forms the long-term bottom within an overall bullish market. And looking at the weekly, I'm thinking in the next few weeks we're probably going to go lower, but eventually we might be starting to form a bottom here. Yeah, Hans is, I think, is 14, isn't he? Yeah, he's gonna come on later, talk about his trading, but I believe he's closer to
Hans
14.
LGT is he's interested. LGTT, send him a.
So we have.
I'll stop.
Yeah, I mean this guy. I mean, I feel. I'm not gonna say I feel sorry. I have absolutely no emotions towards this gentleman at
It's
all.
right.
But
Just let him. Just let him. Get all that energy out in. in
It
the
is a bit
chat.
sad though. It is a bit sad that people
Yeah,
have the
like I was
time.
saying, yeah, it sounds like he has been a victim of certain things, so it is
Yeah, I mean, it went from
unfortunate.
being like
Uh,
having a reasonable critique of live streamers in the trading space, which I absolutely respect. Kind of
agree
went from
with, yeah,
being, having reasonable opinions on that to go into the realm of, being personal. And then he also talks about how he's very old and he trades the way hedge funds are trading. Like I smell something, it's whatever. So
yeah.
if you look at gold from that perspective, it's I do see that there is of course the possibility that we have formed a bottom here. Like we don't really know, but I do feel like gold is probably going to be calming down and cooling down, coming down in prices more significantly perhaps in the next few weeks or maybe even months. Probably not, we're not talking about a year or
Yeah.
years. We're not talking about like a sideways market for years, but I do think we're going to see a deeper pullback here. Now, we have on the higher time frames, we got this area like below 3,700. And for me, if gold comes into this area and starts forming what I view as more of a high time frame accumulation pattern, the likes of what we saw in the past, here and here and here, I think that opens up the door to ride the next big wave on gold. And my plan here for gold is to find a good entry and then add more risk than what I usually do, because I do believe that when we started
So you're
when
going
we're
leveraged or just
yeah, I'm probably
higher uh like positioning as like total account what's it called not
yeah, just more risk.
allocation, sorry, or are you going actually leveraged?
I'm just
So,
adding more to the position. So in terms
so
of
just
account risk,
increasing
I'm
the
just
overall allocation.
yeah. So
Yeah,
when it comes to my long term holdings, I'm probably going to be increasing that to like maybe 35, 35 or 40, something like that.
are you
And
deducting that from other allocations?
yeah,
Or are you
so
deducting that from?
depending on where crypto is at that point, depending on where crypto
Yeah,
is at
that's
that
what I
point,
thought. Yeah.
I might take it from the S&P 500 and put it into gold. But depending, like we might have. So what I'm thinking is Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin goes parabolic in uh, the next few weeks to month. There is a possibility of seeing a major breakout in crypto. If not,
Yeah.
then that's quite sad for crypto, if I'm going to be honest, because it's been underperforming
I
for a
don't
while.
think we'll go quite parabolic this time, but I think we could get to 140K around early Jan. So not to the
Yeah,
180, 190, like the full drive. Um, but I feel like there's a high probability, basically, or higher than not. I would say probably 60 to 65% we do versus not. So it's still relative probability that we don't. Um, but it seems very much like because of that cycle which has changed based on liquidity in M2, which has gone to like a 5.5 year cycle rather than 4 year. Some have cottoned onto this, others have not. And I think there will be an element where people want to like front run that exact train, and then potentially towards March, if that does happen and capitulate, towards March, April, we could actually see Bitcoin upwards of 160 if it happens, because then people will FOMO in after. And that's kind of what I'm looking at right now.
yeah. So yeah, I do absolutely agree with you. When it comes to price levels, I'm let me see. I think 150 is, if you look at price levels, I think So my overall like long-term profit-taking area for Bitcoin would be between 200 and 250,000 if we're gonna get like a new leg of like a massive
Yeah, I've
super.
got 205 for myself.
Yeah, so I think that is
So yeah,
like the very high target if we're gonna get like a massive push to the upside and a blow off top and all of that like we had in the recent. But that there is a possibility of the Bitcoin, the 4 year cycle based on the halving period, like that ending might actually mean that we're gonna have a much less volatile Bitcoin, or we're going to actually see more of what people talk about a super cycle, where we enter a new accelerated cycle with more volatility. But then again, you look at all the institutions and right, we have Circle launching the
which
the Arc blockchain. We have BlackRock and Goldman Sachs are now going to trial that new blockchain for stable coins. So we're not only seeing like institutions piling in, we're actually seeing a fundamental institutional framework being built on top of the crypto ecosystem to be used as a global settlement layer, right?
yeah,
Which is like,
even Visa and Mastercard have started doing that with crypto payments
yeah,
now.
it's
So
so
yeah, but then
it's
once you get
huge.
that, it disaggregates from the traditional cycle, and now you're more linked to the global economic monetary base M2, etc. Refinancing cycle rather than the say the halvings and the general retail sentiment. Because now to push price, you really need the big players once we're at this kind of market cap to really get involved, which is going to be much more on that traditional finance type expansion, right?
Yeah, and the question I have, let me, it's a bit messy this chart right here, but let me just, so the orange line here obviously is Bitcoin. Now the question is, I think the end of the 4 year cycle means also the invalidation of the Bitcoin logarithmic regression indicator here. This is actually coded by Dirk Hartig, which we usually have on Mondays. But I'm then thinking, will the institutional or increased institutional adoption of Bitcoin? And by the way, guys, we're going to go back shortly on gold. I think Bitcoin. I know you're not trading a lot of Bitcoin. You might not be interested in crypto and Bitcoin, but Bitcoin is taking a significant part of interest in the global stage of
Yeah,
economics.
it's a weird interim proxy between indices, so S&P and NASDAQ and gold, where it shares both parameters right now, and it hasn't quite figured out which one it is, and it goes like kind of bipolar between one identity to the next identity, and then shifting back and forth. But it's a very good sentiment on the overall like I guess health and sort of general very much risk taking element there, because it is, even though we're so developed now, there is a lot to be figured out in the future. So if there's confidence and progress in Bitcoin, it tends to have a very strong signal for the larger market at this point. And like we were saying, at this point of the market cap, for it to continue to progress, we do need institutional players, which thus, if you're seeing it progress, that means they're in the game, which tells you other signals that they're putting that capital here and not elsewhere. Or at least they're happy to distribute a portion to Bitcoin, not just other portions of the market. So,
But I'm worried about it. And I absolutely agree with you there. What I'm worried about a little bit is the increased institutional adoption for Bitcoin. Will it like? I know a lot of people think that they're talking about the super cycle and they'll look at it from this perspective, where it's going to be like, oh, this is the new super cycle and we're going to go up and up. Obviously, up here it's 100
I
million, so we're not
disagree
going to
with
go up
that.
to
Yeah.
one. But yeah, I like that is. I don't think that's the super cycle. I actually think the super cycle is going to be more like this.
Yeah.
I think that's the super cycle. That is what a maturing asset would look like. The more liquidity, the more money you have within the, because I still think crypto and, okay, so I'm not gonna, I can't say crypto and Bitcoin. I'm gonna say Bitcoin, because Bitcoin and crypto kind of have to differentiate it a bit. But I do think Bitcoin will turn into a much more stable asset going forward, which is also my
I
opinion.
yeah. So
Go
keep
ahead.
going.
No, so in my opinion, I think Bitcoin will actually become easier to trade, and I think we can apply more forex strategies to Bitcoin. I think from a mean reversion type of perspective, I think Bitcoin is going to be easier to trade in the future.
Yeah, so I was going to say, I feel like right now it's getting further into the stage of like, reminds me of Apple, right? In about 2019, just before 2020, before we crossed the 1 trillion mark, where it's very established, but it has lower downdraft. So the alpha does reduce, the beta also reduces. So we don't get these wild swings where you get 80% drawdown, but it progressively like keeps going higher. And we just ticked over the $4 trillion mark for Apple. It went very quickly from, once we got from 800 billion to a trillion, very, very quickly. This was primarily induced by COVID and those conditions. But we went to like 2 trillion. And since then, all the other tech majors have caught up as well, and we've kept running. But it feels very much more like that, where we're getting into that kind of flavor. And the same principles apply with things like Apple, where because of their run, a lot of institutions were under positioned for Apple and how well they have done. Same thing with, if you look at Warren Buffett, for example, he's been chronically under positioned in all tech companies, mainly because he has acknowledged he doesn't understand it, etc. And so he just wants to invest in things he understands, which is fair. But if you look at the broader market, hedge funds, institutions, managed funds, all that kind of stuff, outside of pension funds, all of them have been chronically underinvested in these big tech players. So at the same time, whilst they keep hitting highs and highs and highs, there's such a big portion of the market that is chronically underinvested in them because they think it's overvalued or too expensive or etc. I
Yeah,
think similarly how in some of these in the stock space, people still look at PE ratios, which I don't think are relevant as much as they were anymore. And they put too heavy of a weighting these days, right? Because right now we're basically reaching similar to the PE extremes of like the dot-com bubble. And people bringing that up every day. Same with the AI stuff going on and all the circular rubbish. I don't think it's the same. We've got an excess of flood of liquidity and dollars and everything out there. The whole game right now is to invest in markets. That goes back to pensions, retirement funds across the globe. So the PE ratios are going to blow out just because dollars need to go somewhere, right? And so it's no longer about the price that you're paying per the earnings ratio. You're now just looking at random assets that need to go up. Almost the same way that housing has already done that. And we've seen the exact same thing in housing prior. Now we're seeing it exaggerated in stocks. So I think you'll see the same thing with stuff like Bitcoin. At the end of the day, it's priced in dollars. The fact is that dollars are going to be printed excessively, keep getting printed. Thus, the price needs to go up to match the number of dollars printed, not just the general growth. Once you add those two things, you actually get a fair number and it actually lines up. And this is where I think there's a lot of older industry folk in a lot of these institutions at high levels that are still running off the old playbook and not necessarily lining that up with the current day and age of where we are. I don't know. That's the only thing I can see to make why there's this divergence. And you can obviously see a number of players have figured it out, but there's a large portion that are still behind.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about the numbers. I don't know about the sources or the proof of that, but I do hear a lot of analysts talk about how Wall Street is under positioned for what a lot of those analysts think is going to be a prolonged bull market and a strong push to the upside and better than expected earnings reports from these AI companies and technology companies, Magnificent Seven stocks. In the we have we have actually a lot of earnings coming out this week, so it's going to be interesting to see that. But if that is actually the case, and again, I haven't done research myself on this. I'm just going on what a lot of respectable analysts have said out there, basically saying that Wall Street is underpositioned for what they believe is going to be a continuation of this, which is quite exciting because then that means that we have people have to kind of the funds that are under position for this, at some point they have to capitulate to the upside, right? They have to get in, like, because otherwise their client is just going to withdraw and go to fund that is actually following this trend. So eventually Wall Street has to be less risk averse and just go ahead and enter. And when we get that, maybe that's going to be the beginning of the parabolic run that will eventually end up at with a blow off top. But I think
And that's exactly the next point, because you're seeing that coming in already with the reductions of the supplementary leverage ratios, so the SLR from the US for banking, that kind of stuff. There's a general, obviously, with Trump being in, a reduction in red tape overall, just like he did in the first term. That's continued and it keeps going on. Across the board, though, the other important part is that globally, we're seeing that effect flow onto other countries. So across the board, you'll get more reductions in that sort of red tape aspect that we got after the GFC. Now, the point is that this might not necessarily all be great longevity-wise, but this is the environment we're in, and you're going to get, like Jonatan was saying, that blow off top, massive run, any of these big crashes. The majority of gains are made in the final 12 months. The point is to sort of identify what environment you're in. Are we seeing that kind of exuberance? And then try and measure where that started and a potential end, right? And don't be greedy coming towards the tops, just like gold at 4,400. You're getting greedy. Like, that's ridiculous. So identify these massive runs, participate, but eventually be ready for the downdraft, because then you'll see the flow-on effects massively into FX. FX tends to move first before stocks, economic conditions, all that kind of stuff. It's like the front runner. It's the canary in the coal mine, which can either be the most beneficial thing to you or be the most dangerous thing because you're a bit behind the curve. So we've still got time in the boat till we get there, but the point is we're emphasizing that we are clearly on some kind of massive run for this to ultimately crash down.
Yeah, definitely. That makes a lot of sense. We have Anastasiia in the background. Let me know, Anastasiia, when you want to come on. All right. Welcome.
Hello.
I think you're muted.
Muted. Dead.
Right.
What do you think about this, though, Jonatan? Henry was saying before.
I think it's a tough question, right? Because it's an interesting idea, because as long as there's no, I think the biggest risk to Bitcoin is it's the fact that it's digital. I mean, if someone figures out with quantum computing or advanced AI to actually, break the encryptions, and actually,
They can't for the majority, but there's the first few coins that have a different SHA ratio, etc. where you could dump price. If you manage to figure that out, you could steal, I forget what the number is, like 5 to 10% of the network, dump price initially. And then it would create panic, that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, and you have like 51% attacks where one entity takes control over more than 50% of the network, but that would be so insanely expensive that probably not going to happen. But there is I must say that Bitcoin, from a like fundamental point of view, and the idea of Bitcoin um, is almost perfect, but the fact that it's digital makes it very vulnerable because it's not the perfect asset. I mean, gold, I would say, is close to being the perfect asset, but you can't really move it around in the same way as you can with Bitcoin. So it's like Bitcoin is like what gold is. If we would be absolute certain that the um, the supply of gold is what it is, and we're not going to find an asteroid with tons of gold.
Yeah.
But you can't really move gold over borders in the same way as you can with Bitcoin. On the other hand, if society collapses, and there, when we talk about money and the science of money and what money actually is, we have to talk about it from a perspective where it needs to be able to be usable in all different scenarios. And I believe gold
would
is
go down, to be honest. Who's going to
yeah.
use gold? You want iron ore, you want copper, you want aluminium, like all that, whatever goes into like raw materials for everyday stuff.
But
To be
I
honest.
do think that we're going to see governments and bigger institutions accumulate the Bitcoin because they're probably going to be forced to do so. Maybe not, like governments are going to be the last to do so. Central banks and governments are going to be the last to do so. But we are probably going to see major institutions continue to accumulate Bitcoin because they feel they need to. First, you have the need from the clients, right? So all of these big hedge funds and everything, that they say that, well, we want 1% in Bitcoin, or maybe we want 10% in Bitcoin, right? So they need to start accumulate that for the ETFs and everything. And then eventually you'll have probably small countries seeing that they have an
So
opportunity to.
it'll be from central banks because financial institutions are accumulating it, right? And then so central banks probably have to some degree, or have some kind of onboarding, offboarding type avenue if there is some kind of crypto crisis, if it gets big enough, to at least have a portion of their ammunition, put it that way, to encounter for that, right? So I think that's the way it kind of gets like shoehorned in, and then obviously you got places like Europe is very forward on crypto. They realize that they need to actually be ahead on that, which is abnormal as far as technology for Europe, to be fair. And the ECB is definitely the front runner for, say a government issued stable coin or something like that.
Yeah,
Definitely.
I think as long as we don't it's definitely problematic. I think what's happening in the development of blockchain technology and stable coins, I see it as this is obviously not what we wanted when we talked about Bitcoin. Hey, welcome back. How's your
Hey, can you
microphone?
hear
Oh,
me? Can you hear me
Yes,
now?
beautiful.
yes.
Perfect.
I was about to say that I was there all the time. I was just didn't want to cut you off, and apparently my mic wasn't working anyway. So
All right.
even
There
if
you go.
I would want to cut you off, I still wouldn't be able to do that.
You couldn't. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna now that
There
you're
you
here on
go.
the station, I'm gonna jump off. But I just to end that conversation, what I wanted to say was, back in 2016, I know, I mean, yeah, 2016 and 17, we talked about how we wanted to see a global adoption of Bitcoin. And back then, we didn't really have stable coins in the way we had today. So instead of having adoption of Bitcoin now, we have adoption of crypto, which is not what we wanted. It's not what the white paper of Bitcoin is telling us. We do not want adoption of crypto. We want adoption of Bitcoin, because crypto in the wrong hands is going to create the most disgusting surveillance society we've ever seen with central bank digital currencies, and it's going to be crazy. So hopefully the way that they implement, when the European Central Bank talks about implementing a digital currency, we have a ledger that is closer to what Bitcoin has, and we do not have a total control over currency, which is where we are going currently. So we'll see about that. Hopefully, we'll have politicians in Europe that is ready to take a stand for personal freedom and integrity, and stop any legislation that would go towards having
Yeah.
a centralized blockchain-based currency.
Yeah, fair. I think there'll be avenues at any time with that being digital that people can create side stuff that even if you have the government stuff, it can go to this coin, which goes to that coin, which then you swap it back to some private off-chain rebellion type thing, and people accept that. So it does also propose like a I don't know, anti against the establishment thing as well. Obviously, the majority of people are going to use the main thing. Most people don't care. So
Yeah, I mean, in Sweden, we basically do not have cash anymore. When it's almost a completely cashless society at this point. I think we're at the top of like the percentage of stores that no longer accept cash. So if you don't have a bank card, or if you only have cash, literally you're gonna have a very hard time
hard time. Yeah.
buying anything, right? And I remember, we 10 years ago or something like that, we or even 15 years ago when we started talking about this, I remember saying like we're going to have a cashless society in the next 10 years. It's just that's where we are going. And I remember telling friends and family, like, you gotta withdraw money, like you gotta start using physical money, because it's important to show that we actually want that privacy and that integrity and the
Buy
personal
gold bars, mate.
freedom. Yeah, it's buy gold bars.
There you go.
And now we're at a point where it's like you say
No, we need
that,
to go
and
back to doubloons, right? Like gold coins, like pirates. We'll be pirates. And just
yeah.
enough doubloons.
So I mean, we've seen it in the past. We know where we're heading. We know where we're heading. Is this good or bad for Bitcoin? It's I would say long term it's terrible for Bitcoin.
But
Medium
it's
term it's
so
wonderful.
you go on a plane a few years ago, like 5 years ago, you could still pay with cash. Now on the plane, it's not possible to pay with cash. Like you're not gonna find the airline that accepts it at all. It's only cards. Whereas 5 years
Yeah.
ago, it was the opposite, and only in 5 years it also changed. Like 5, 7 years, I don't remember anymore.
Yeah,
So,
and maybe we're
They'll
looking
still
in a
take
10.
cash here. So
they do. Yeah,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
Yeah, but Australia, that's like
Australia also.
that's like the fourth world right there.
All right, guys. All right. I'm out.
All right,
Actually,
I'm
give
gonna
me
leave
one
you
sec. I
guys.
gotta go to the bathroom, so I'll be back.
All right. Okay, well, I guess I'm not gonna leave you guys. I'm gonna wait for LJ to do whatever he's going to do. All right, Anastasia, how are you?
Yeah, I guess just it's like 300 days of sun here, and another couple of dozens of days when it's raining. People unlearn how to drive. So suddenly,
Right, yeah.
a road that takes 20 minutes is gonna take you an hour and a half. So it's crazy. But yeah, thank you for backing me up. So you're looking at
No
gold
worries.
completely. You're buying it, or you are off it completely for now before Fed. What's your take?
I'm not looking at I'm not looking much at trading at all. To be honest, I'm waiting for I got 2 days left for my payout window, so I gotta wait. I have the profits from the last funded account that I scaled is withdrawable on Friday. So I'm probably not going to be trading much until Friday to make sure I get all all the money from that withdrawal, and then after withdrawal, I'll probably start trading next week. But if I see some very obvious opportunities, I'll probably take that. For gold, I'm looking to go long on gold, but not here. I I'm probably not going to be trading gold much for the next few weeks, but because I still feel like the next opportunity to go long on gold at a high time frame level is going to be an opportunity that is too good to miss. So I feel like if I'm going to be trading gold, long and short within this area, whatever it's going to be, I might be, net break even, because that's usually what happens when I'm trading gold actively. Like I have some good trades, some bad trades, and I'm like net break even. But the good trades on
Yeah.
gold are huge winners that usually are happening at high time frame support within the overall trend. So you can just look at, like, we had this parabolic run, especially these last few weeks right here. Now that's not on the weekly, but this whole move right here. But then that was really the parabolic run, and I think we're gonna see more of a pullback in this overall trend for gold. And if
Yeah.
we, for example, come down, down into this area and start building a sideways type of market here on the daily, that's going to be my signal to start
That's when
accumulating.
you start
And
accumulating. Yeah.
yeah, and I will accumulate in this area, and I'm looking to, perhaps when we have something like this in a breakout, I will significantly increase risk on the breakout, limit my stop, and then I'm looking at,
If you're doing
five
for
to ten
long-term
R.
portfolio though,
Now this is
just
going to be on the
before. Okay, trading.
trading
Okay,
as well.
that's different.
So
All right.
I'm looking to trade this from a swing trade perspective, but once we have that break above the range, I'm looking to take a trade, same type of trade that I took. I believe that was around here, when we had that dip, and then I went long down here, and I looked for a 7R trade, and I was able to scale, make 10% on the account and scale that account in one trade. And I'm waiting for the
Yeah.
next opportunity, because if I'm able to wait maybe a month, I'm okay with waiting a month if I'm gonna make 10% on like one trade. So I'm waiting for the perfect opportunity on gold, and once it's confirmed, I'm increasing risk to like 2% instead of 1%, and I'm looking for 5R trade to scale the account on one trade.
Yeah. And
That's
so
the plan.
just final thing before you go, Jonatan, as well. With that, where we came into with gold dumping, right? You've got 1 quarter left for this year, right? If you've had these kind of gains and you're an institution knowing you're going into Christmas, you've got massive gains on gold. You take some of that money off. You buy like a 3-month treasury bill, no risk. You get the coupon. You come back after Christmas because everything's going to slow down, right? You got the coupon in between, free money. Then wherever gold is, you pile back in. Right. So once you start viewing it through these kind of lens of them adjusting a portfolio, naturally you get this downdraft from gold as they pull out, considering the forward things that we've got going on. So both from a profit-taking standpoint, just because we've ran so hard the whole year, plus then considering the next 3 months, you got political risk, you got central bank risk. It's a zero interest-bearing asset with excessive gains, the most in half a century, basically. Boom.
Yeah, so you have the profit taking aspect, and in that aspect, just like you said, you have a good example of that. But you also have the rebalancing, which is also a part of profit taking, where you basically take, because gold has performed so well, especially since this. I mean, if we just look from August, September, I mean, to the top, 30%. Right now, it's up
Yeah, it's
18%.
nuts.
It's a massive move on an asset like gold. So if they're up currently, like if so, let's assume that
You'd be insane
uh,
not to take that.
yeah, so let's assume that, so the central banks that most likely started accumulating gold around here, they are currently up 120% on gold. They have doubled their holdings on gold. They're probably going to still be holding, right? But you do have some
Yeah.
institutions most likely have been accumulating gold since this, the trend following funds and whatever, and the bigger institutions probably have accumulated gold here. They are currently up, almost 90%. So when it comes to rebalancing, do you understand how much they need to be selling of gold to go back to their previous rebalancing, because they have almost now doubled their portfolio on gold, which means it has taken up maybe, if you account for the S&P also going up, maybe it has it's now maybe 25% bigger part of their portfolio than what it
Yeah.
was in the past. So that means they have to rebalance, they have to sell gold, put it into
Yeah, and
whatever they want to put it in, which is
yeah, a
going to,
lot of them have a legal requirement to rebalance because they have a fiduciary responsibility and legal requirements in certain bloating of certain assets. If they grow too big, that they actually are forced to cull that certain asset. Like if you bought Nvidia at the lows and bought in size, and now it's grown to where it is, whether they like it or not, they have to cull that per the prospectus to the investors.
yeah,
So
because
once you
otherwise
start
the
considering,
unrealized the
yeah, because now
unrealized.
it's weighted too heavy to one. Yeah,
Yeah, and you have more people going into the funds, like you have more investors going into the fund on the move up. So the people that have entered higher up, if they have the same allocation and it crashes, they're going to lose a significant part of their whole investment. So you have to take into consideration all the late comers into that run as well. So there is selling pressure on gold right here, and we don't know if gold is going to come down lower. Like obviously we have no idea about that, but we can definitely say that the sentiment that we had a couple of weeks ago, where everyone was talking about gold, like everyone, we were talking about gold, Bloomberg were talking about gold, everyone was talking about gold, like we had physical stores, we had lines and lines and lines, like 200-300 meters long lines to buy
in
physical
Australia
gold,
and
and I'm like,
America, yeah.
shit, this is crazy. So that sentiment has definitely died off, and we
That
we
was
we
the
need.
exact peak though,
Yeah, that's crazy.
which is
That is
crazy.
like,
Yeah,
yeah, that's insane. But what I'm saying is,
yeah.
I
Also,
might miss out. I might miss out on the next opportunity. But if I get in right, I get in where I want. Um, I'm hoping that if it happens this year, or if it happens next year, I'm fairly confident that it at least has the possibility of being the best trade in that year. The only thing that's limiting me is I wish I had more money in my personal accounts, because the only thing that is actually limiting me is I'm going to scale the accounts. I'm not going to go further. You know what I mean?
Bro, just sell the Bugatti,
Yeah.
sell the Bugatti.
Yeah.
You know?
Right. That's the only limiting part about having a funded account. It's like
Yeah, yeah,
you might make 10% on that trade, but then you might run, like you're gonna scale account, and then you need a new account, and
yeah.
that's the only limiting factor. But whatever, guys, I'm gonna leave you
Definitely.
guys to it,
All
and
right. See you,
see you
man.
guys later. All right,
great.
take care.
All right, ciao.
Okay,
Adios. How are we,
now as I actually
Anastasiia?
now as I actually can talk.
Yeah, you're getting swamped. You're like, please, please let me.
Like,
Also, what is your? First of all, yeah, how have you been?
yeah,
Secondly, what does your jumper actually say? Those are my
ah,
two.
yeah, it's fine. That doesn't matter.
I'm pretty sure I
I
can't
always,
read that anyway. So you know,
it doesn't matter. I always buy like some. If I buy something like this, it's like some
I
ridiculous
as
text.
a
And
me, I am blah blah blah. I can't read that. Sorry,
like,
at all. That was my best attempt.
but I was
Sorry.
actually trying to say something about gold because Jonathan kept talking about it. So normally,
Yeah,
because of the rate cut now, right? If you continue the rate cut season, which I'm expecting to happen, we also have almost 100% chance now the rate cut this week to today, and then another one in December. 96 probability of a rate cut right now. So
yeah,
if it continues, we normally enter in the risk-on scenarios also for many assets, which is most likely going to bring crypto up, and which is going to most likely, as I'm expecting, is going to pull the money away from gold and put it in the more risk assets, high risk assets for a while.
yeah. In
So
the short term, yeah, I
on
agree.
the short term, I'm expecting now after the first rate, like after the second rate cut, potential correction on gold. Drop. I'm now currently long. I entered this morning. I was long yesterday I closed it before the night. I re-entered long this morning. I already took partial profits because we reached one of the levels that I'm expecting for the price to bounce back. For some reason, I'm not sharing my screen because I was trying
Yeah, I
to.
was about to say, do you have your screen? Because I've
Yeah,
got mine. This is
yeah,
basically the level I'm looking at for gold, about 4,040.
yeah,
DJ had this as well, so I'll get to that after Anastasiia is finished.
yeah.
But yeah.
I'm pretty much looking for the very similar thing. So if you look at the gold on the CFDs now, I was trying to connect from my other laptop so I can actually show, but for some reason that microphone wasn't working there. I'm expecting around 4,038 level to be hit, and then some kind of correction as well for gold right now, so maybe a couple of dollars higher. But then I already took partial profits from this moment, and I'm expecting a little bit of correction. Now, that being said, I'm still expecting the move higher today, potentially, so something like this eventually, and then continuation. Even I can see that
That
even,
high.
sorry, even yes, actually, at least here maybe, but normally I wouldn't be surprised if we go to 4,200. So my view on it is that we reach some of these levels, and then from here I'm going to be already looking for the sells one more time for gold actually. Towards at least we didn't reach 38.64. I was expecting it to go slightly lower, so at least renewing the previous lows or the levels with Jonatan was saying as well in a short, like in a little bit longer term perhaps. So I'm on perhaps today on the first trade I'm still expecting some kind of bounce to the upside, but then normally in a little bit longer perspective I'm expecting the correction as well, because probably the money is going to be flowing to the more risky assets. It's more profitable for people in a short run as well. With the lower rates, so until this is rebalancing, I'm expecting crypto to go higher, stocks to continue go higher, perhaps some correction as well, but normally I'm expecting the moderate growth on S&P and NASDAQ, and gold going lower. So that's my take on it. I'm currently long, seeing partial, like part of my position still opened. I'm seeing if we can break through this and get here without this correction. Let's see, because
Yeah.
we've been quite strong this morning. So I closed it yesterday, and just check it where I closed it. I closed it yesterday here actually, before the night. After the overnight layover, I was going to sleep, and now I reopened the trade today in the morning here. So after we broke the volume, and now this is the run that I was taking as well for long.
Yeah. So that sort of initial TP level that you have is basically the same spot that I have right there. I can see the updraft. I would say we probably need some of the US data to come in really poor as like a knee-jerk type reaction type thing once the government opens for that to happen, which I will say I do expect, but at the same time I'm not 100% sure that the backing is going to flow into gold from that institutional standpoint. So that's the thing. I think we could get a partial way to there, but I have a feeling we might like fail early and have some like false breaks higher, etc. I think we've got a larger downdraft for gold overall. Myself, I can definitely see the higher interims. It's going to be dependent on where we are positioned at the time that we get those releases. Obviously, you can get break of structure, break of trend, and then you just run. But yeah, so I'm going to lean on that top side where you have, at least for the near term, until we know that the government is open.
Yeah, true.
To keep shorting.
True that.
Yeah.
Volume.
And
Yeah, DJ is asking that volume area on the left 1 hour time frame. Looking to see what the gold does. I suppose you mean this volume area. So because if you place the volume profile over this whole downwards movement, that's going to be quite a big area of accumulation. Obviously, the price was there for a while. Wait, I'm going to adjust this. Here. So this is quite a big volume area here too. So yes, I'm expecting to see what the price does around 4080 to 4,115 to 4080. If we get there, of course. If you do, this is one of my sell levels, sell zones for gold eventually. I'm still holding it. I can't show it on another, on another screen because of the microphone problems. But normally from here, I'm still expecting at least a couple of points move to the upside right now. So this move I'm still waiting for. But you are also, right, LJ?
Yeah, I agree. I'm seeing the exact same thing. So 100% where we are now, definitely. Yep. We've got good consistent momentum to the upside. Higher lows, higher highs consistently. We've had the big downdraft. We're due for a bit of a correction.
Yeah.
And then eventually I think we'll find some kind of topping point, pull back to what was the initial points I had? Because I'll answer one other question first, and then jump over to where I have on gold. Lawrence, dude, do we have digital ID? This was from a while ago when Jonatan was here, but I think they're putting digital ID 2028 for Australia is their expected thing. Same for passports, all that kind of stuff. They're doing a test run over the next year for Australia and New Zealand. So New Zealand international flights that come into Australia, they're using that as the test breaker. So we don't have it yet, but I think we'll be probably one of the first that do. So, but yeah, back to what DJ was saying. If I jump over to my chart.
Yeah.
So yeah, we got this downdraft. I didn't want to move that. There we go. So this was the Friday just before the double top. And you guys can see this like teal sort of arrow thing that I marked out, which was something I sent Jonatan in like a private message or whatever. When he was asking about gold, I was saying I think we'll get after this pullback, slight tick up, slight draft down, punch up, and either a double top or a store below the tops and then come off. So we did get that. Then we got this sort of consolidation progression, moved back up into the general now soft resistance, which is basically just the underside of this higher trading range. As you can see, I've got the sell zone marked out there. We zoom in a bit. Downdraft. My good old drawings almost mapped out perfectly. We got down, up, right the way down. So we came down and met that point I was looking for. Now we've got the uptick. After that, you're just going to get stochastic movement back and forward. We're due a bit of a retracement. The underside of this level here is what I'm looking at, 4,040. So either you fail from here, bang down, or we get the push through there, just like Anastasiia is looking at, and a move up towards 4130, and then the other level I have there is about 4110. And then there is this 4180 odd level. I think you also had marked out. Those are not straight at all. I need to do better. There we go. That's good enough. But yeah, so this general next pocket is what I'd be looking for as the next sell zone to lean on. So somewhere between 40,088 to 85 up to 4130. That's what I'm now looking at. From there, bang. If we zoom out further, that's where I'd see this sell zone, the downdraft, like we were talking about. Somewhere between here, 3740.50 to 3600. And if I go out to a longer term time frame, you'll see I've got not zoom out anymore on that. Okay, we'll go to 4 hour. Okay, that looks confusing. I've got a few Fibonacci's on here, but this basically, you just got to focus on this orange one right here. You can see this is the 38% downdraft and the 50% downdraft of this charge from when we got stuck in that consolidation period for a number of months between 3,500 and the low just here at 3,120 or so. 50 to the 38% is what I'm looking for, right? So those are the levels you need. So that's the 3,750 to 3,600, which is still just above the 3,500 wick peak where we consolidated, traded sideways for a number of months after the Liberation Day tariffs. So that's kind of what I'm looking for, some kind of peak point through here, and then further downdraft right to here, then you pick up into next year. So I know I've got a number of things on here. This is very hard to see, but hopefully from what I've at least communicated in words, you can understand. You just need this base zone, right? That's what we're looking at.
Henry is suggesting you that you can click on the right on the canvas, and there is a
Henry, can you come to my place? Can you just drive over and like stand behind me and click it for me, please? Where's canvas?
What do you mean?
Where's canvas?
On your background, just right click on it.
So just like this.
Yeah. Normally? Yeah, remove drawings.
I got 308 drawings.
I have only 24.
Okay, guys. Anyway, this is the level between here and here. That's all you need.
You didn't know it existed?
No, dude, I don't use this ever, except when I'm on stream.
Okay.
You already know this, Anastasiia.
Yeah, I know, but seriously, you never removed any drawing that you did on gold.
Also, I went to upgrade the thing because I missed out. Acrim actually sent me the like 80% discount, but I tried to connect it to like my company bank account.
For trading view.
Yeah. And it's $280 a month.
Because it's
what?
professional.
Because it's commercial, yeah. I was like, that's ridiculous, dude.
Yeah.
What is that about? That's insane.
Yeah, no, I'm paying now. God, I don't even know. But definitely not 200. But you need to choose not professional, right? In the first place.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'll have to set up because I was wanting to put it under company stuff so you can like tax deduct part of things, that kind of stuff, right? But yeah, it looks like I can't because that differential is a bit ridiculous. So I'm paying $280 a month for TradingView.
Yeah. TradingView? Seriously, no.
Yeah.
For Bloomberg, okay, well. Not for TradingView.
Yeah. No.
I wish Bloomberg would be 200.
Yeah, I
That
wish.
would be good.
Wait, are you telling me, Henry? Did that just like? Can I reinstate? Don't tell me let's actually remove them.
Yeah, but you can.
Henry.
Wait. Jay, you have the arrow on the top menu. You can go back. Where replays? Yeah.
Oh, just undo.
Yeah, one more time. And then one more time. Yep, there you go.
God. Thank God, guys. All right, now we got the painting. We got the Picasso. Good, guys. Thank you.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Henry, I would have come to your place of work. I would have give you a little visit, you know.
He would make you to get all the 100 drawings back.
Nah, they're all gone. Dude, Henry would like put me out with some needle, and then I'd just be carted off to the morgue after that. Probably win. So, but yeah, so this is basically what I'm looking at for gold. So either the 4,044 or 45 kind of area caps caps us here and we don't get any further push, we start creating a new downdraft from there, or we do get that high push from there up to these higher levels that Anastasiia is looking at as well. I think that will cap us for now going into the new year overall.
Yep.
So right now, I'm not trading gold, just like we were talking about with Jonatan. I didn't get in earlier. I'd mapped that stuff out, but I was focused on other assets at the time. So I'm going to wait until we get one of these levels, either just up here or the higher degree, and then take a trade.
Mm-hmm.
So, UJ. Yeah, also, yeah, thanks, Rich. Thank you. Actually, I must say, I do like TradingView in the fact that you can do that.
True that.
It's like using Microsoft Word or something. Yeah.
It's very user friendly, but this is why they went viral as well, right? Not because of the set of tools that they have, but because it's super friendly. You know, there is this thing that is called like how it's called in English, like basically how easy it is for the customer to feel like they're smart. You know, like with TradingView, you pretty much need like 15 to 30 minutes to feel like you are a trader, and you are doing something.
I don't know what the word is for that.
I don't remember the
Yeah,
exact word.
ease of use, I guess. Yeah,
Yes,
like
ease of like first step. It's like ease of enter or something like this. You know, so it's like it's this thing, because if you use other terminals for trading, like I felt really stupid switching to others, for example, after like 5 years of being trading.
like MetaTrader 5 when you first, or
Yeah,
MT4 when you first use it, and you're like,
yeah.
this is terrible.
Yeah, it's trading view. It's extremely easy. So for someone who never
It's
tried,
not intuitive. I think
yeah,
that's the word that we want. Intuitive. Like it's very easy to grasp
yeah.
overall. Dollar yen. So I am long dollar yen currently. That's the only position I have left. Earlier I traded Aussie dollar. I can show you guys that later as well around the CPI data that we had today. So currently this is the trade I'm in on dollar yen. We seem to have some continuing bullish momentum on dollar yen overall. We've tried a number of times now to get down. Obviously, there's still the mix around the new Japanese Prime Minister meeting with Trump the other day, the election itself. We've got various comments from the Japanese ministry, plus what Trump and what Besant want from Japan. Reason being that what a lot of people don't realize is the Japanese exchange rate puts a lot of pressure on China. Right? Obviously, US has their big debacle with China right now. So there are a number of discussions going on right there. Plus the Japan itself, as far as the fiscal stance, and then how that relates to the central bank. So the BOJ right there. They've been in the same system for 25, 30 years now, almost. They've been wanting to get out of it. They haven't quite had the right punch to fully get through there, as much as they've vocalized their desire to do so. The new government might actually give them that, plus the side assurances from the US in relation to the effect that has on China, that now they can double team and will get some kind of effect. So with that said, that actually should mean the yen strengthens. So dollar yen comes down. But in the interim, the market is very skeptical, unconvinced, bit confused, that kind of thing on the overall direction. So right now we're still seeing that yen weakness. We haven't closed the gap at all on dollar yen. We go out to 1 hour. At some point, you can see we're starting to slow down more and more. We've had the interim stuff day to day from political, geopolitical, whatever bits and pieces going on, just like I iterated. At some point, this won't catch on. Traders go, okay, we've got all the reason to run higher. We're now not. And we cease to collapse. Right now, I am long. But I'll be looking to jump out of this pretty quick smart and then establish a short. So it's just an interim view for today's price action. So that's what I'm looking at. Some kind of move up into this higher liquidity box that I mapped out earlier, I think from yesterday or the day before. At that point, TP either up here or another failed attempt at a break. Or we get a break of that up in the liquidity box, take profit, and then I'd probably short from there as well. So there you go.
Yeah. I'm only looking at gold today, to be honest with you, until the FOMC. But
Sorry, Camille.
it's not user-friendly, guys. User-friendly is how easy it is to use it. So users stay. But I don't remember the word, but it's like the beginning of using it, you know? Anyway, it's not user-friendly, guys.
But that's like intuitive, right?
Yeah, but still not it. But anyway, you got it. It doesn't matter. Like, you understand it, right?
I feel like it's like an iPhone. Like you can pick up, like a random can pick up an iPhone fresh.
Yeah, kinda. Yes, this
and
is.
use it, and it's easy,
exactly.
right? That's intuitive, yeah?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay, let's stay
it's
on
all
this.
semantics. It's all semantics. It doesn't matter.
Let's stick with intuitive.
So I'll learn Ukrainian, and then maybe I can get the right syntax. There we go. Simplistic. Is that better? I don't know.
No. Let's
Convenient?
forget about it. Yeah, I guess beginner friendly is actually the closest one we got.
Dude, also, I gotta say, you guys, Kavika and Camille, like, it is so annoying having the, like, at things right now, because, like, my eyes will just see KA, and then I don't realize whether it's Kavika or Camille. It's so annoying. I wish YouTube would just, like, change this and fix it. Very annoying. So, but yeah, Henry backs me up. All right. Thanks, Henry. Thank you. But yeah, I will say this is the single trade I'm still in right now. Aussie dollar had a lot of back and forth today and last night with trading. So we finally got the outperformance from Aussie dollar versus the majors, like I was saying back when we had the competition, the start of the competition prior. And that's done very nicely. So I was saying outperformance for Aussie dollar, given the forward outlook. Relative poor performance from the pound. So we've seen that very nicely. So through here, obviously today, this was last night, once we had the break of structure on the near-term structure through here. I was looking for higher moves. This was earlier in Asia, once we had the CPI release. Up here, my relative point was somewhere between 66.18 to 66.20, which is because of some prior levels in the past for a downtick. So this back down to the base structure through here. So those were the trades I had on the Aussie dollar. But yeah, good to see that. Same with the pound coming off over the past while. Pound has been absolutely smashed. This is a 4-hour complete downdraft. All right. Now Aussie dollar, absolute rip higher. So good to see that coming through overall. There you go. What are you actually in? today?
On gold.
Anastasia, anything, or are you waiting? Just gold? That's
On
it?
gold until FOMC. So when FOMC
Yeah.
comes, I'm gonna have a look at it. But before FOMC, I'm not touching currencies because usually they get stuck approximately at the same levels. So I already tried previously, and to be honest with you, I don't like trading currencies during the FOMC day. So I'm not looking to enter anything. I did get break even on the GU longs from Monday to Tuesday because I was holding it from Monday to Tuesday, and then in the end it finally reversed, obviously. So I'm only in gold, to be honest with you. I don't think anything else is gonna move much. Maybe indices on the market opening, but let's see. Perhaps they're also gonna get stuck until the FOMC release.
Yeah, so did you capture any of the downdraft on the pound?
No, I was long before.
Because originally we were like talking about this to come
Yeah.
right off,
Yeah,
um,
I was long
which was
before.
very mixed at
I-
the time.
It
But
hit my
then we did start kicking off, so I wasn't sure if you.
Yeah, no. I didn't
No.
sell it finally because I was already expecting closer to FOMC. Maybe US dollar is gonna start dropping, pound and euro are gonna start going higher, which it didn't still. So
Yeah, fair.
yeah, but it hit my break even after all. Yeah, Henry actually made an effort.
Henry, can you speak French and Ukrainian? Come on. I think Rich translated before. I didn't see it, but wait, no, I did see it, obviously. That's what I'm saying. But where was it? I didn't bring it up. That's what I meant. What does it actually mean? Tell us.
Oh,
Tell us, what does it mean?
what do you mean again?
The jumper. This goes back to the jumper.
I can't say it on the stream.
I was trying to bait you because Rich did say it earlier, so fair enough.
Yeah, I can't say it on the stream. Okay.
You're just like, oh, I hope no one else can read this. Like,
Wait. Maybe like this you can read it because I unmirrored my camera.
oh wait, so it's actually in English. What the hell?
Yeah, of course it was mirrored.
Oh my god, dude.
It's just mirrored all the time. Okay, I can mirror it back.
Wow.
I ordered I ordered a new hoodie for
That's
myself,
funny.
which says money is not important. Important to have a lot of money.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, so
That's good, Monica.
now
Right.
I'm gonna have another hoodie for our live streams.
Nice. You have on the back a photo of the was it Macan, right?
Account? Ah, no.
Yes.
No.
Yeah, no. Come on.
Why? When I'm gonna have a Ferrari, maybe, yeah. I'm gonna tell you that.
Well, it depends how much a Macan costs over there, because over here, cars are very differently priced. We were talking about this with Will, so earlier.
Yeah, but it's you need to deliver and everything, probably different prices for.
Yeah, it's much cheaper over there. Gosh. But yeah, oi, you guys here, chat, ask us what you want us to look at, because right now we are in consolidation phase. Don't forget, we do have the Fed tonight, definitely. We also have a number of earnings reporting for the S&P, a bunch of all the majors, all the tech firms coming through. So don't get caught out on indices purely because of earnings as well. Just by the way. And at some point, we'll get a announcement from Trump that the government is reopening.
But when? Did we get it already?
No. But the point is, like, if they start going beyond the month, because now the questions around the government workers not getting their paycheck, etc. The first shutdown was about 30 days.
Yeah.
We're now pressing on that. We're at 29 days today. To go beyond would start to unsettle markets and the bond market, as well as the credit rating for the US. So at that point, people like Scott Bessent would start to, put their hand up and say, "Hey, you need to get this sorted," right?
Yeah.
Because then it becomes a question of do you continue the current conditions, or is there some kind of benefit to actually continuing the shutdown? He's probably juiced out all the benefits at this point. So, what I will say that I very much like are shorts on the Aussie dollar right now. I think we've pretty much had all the good news, both from the China-Trump side of things. We had the CPI today, all priced in, that near term, I would see a bit of a downdraft from here. So I'd be looking at a bit of a correction on my personal accounts. I shorted up here at 15. I showed you guys earlier what I took on the prop. And then I'm looking to, we zoom in a bit. This is a 4-hour time frame. Looking back down to about 65.62, so just above that 65.60 level. See if we get that momentum coming through. Right there. Dollar CAD and Euro NZD. Dollar CAD is an interesting one, to be honest. So we had the further pump up through here, through this past while, due to the Trump obviously having yet another discrepancy with Canada, pulling away the trade negotiations very quickly. However, dollar CAD has come right back off. So right now you come back into this lower cluster, price drove higher. You're also at the 200 moving average on the 4-hour. So near term, you could see a bit of a pickup. You've got the underside of this higher cluster here. That's what I'd be looking at. So it's about 139.70, call it, right? But from there, I'd probably look for another down movement rather than further upside. So at this point, we probably got a pause point in dollar CAD for us to move higher and then get a short sell after that. Euro NZD.
So are you in any trades right now? USD JPY you said, right?
Yeah, just dollar yen at the minute.
Yeah.
So I'm looking for dollar yen longs right now. Euro NZD, I don't really like where we are. 30-minute, 1 hour. We had relative support through here. We took a bit of a further kick lower, further downdraft. To be honest, I would say avoid Euro NZD overall. There's probably better assets to trade. This looks very neutral right now overall. So that is something I would just straight avoid, put it that way. I think you have 50-50 direction either side from here, either up to the moving average, these tops, or you just take another stint down to the bottoms there. There's no clear direction. at all, quite frankly. So, but yeah, that's what I'm currently in. Anastasiia.
Yeah, I can see.
Yeah.
So you are expecting it to go higher before FOMC then, still?
Yes, just given the current condition, I don't agree with this on a macro perspective overall, but the text and how price is trading right now says that that's the direction. So from a larger fundamental macro picture plus the Fed, I don't agree at
Yeah.
all. But that's what price is telling me right now. I want to take a trade, and that's a trade to take. So that's where I take the fundamental macro stuff very heavily, but I'm not like married to it. So I always still consider them as like two separate things: the pure technical structure, etc. Then have the macro fundamental picture on the side to caveat against that, which then gives me a sensitivity bias, I guess, to get in and out of trades quicker or earlier. So, for instance, if we make this, like I was saying earlier, if we get some kind of trend line coming through here, peter out at this point, then I'll just exit the trade. If we run higher, then I'll see how far we get, TP here, and potentially I'd look for downside movement after that.
Tyrus is asking about the EUR USD. So for EUR USD, normally I'm expecting longs, especially after tonight's FOMC. I would prefer it to go, I guess, a little bit lower. Let me just open my other chart to check something. Actually, to be quite honest with you, not really. So I'm expecting the price to go higher from the current levels already for EUR. So either from here or deepen towards a little bit lower than we did before, 16,130 perhaps, and going up from here. So yeah, either long already immediately right now, but that's quite risky because again we have still some time before FOMC. Besides this, we do have like volumes above the price was having difficulties breaking through the stop. We reached those highs before and reversed from there too. So I would prefer this setup. I think this is more conservative, less risky. This is a more high risk. But overall, this is my bias for today. And also on the 4-hour time frame, very similarly, we reached this volume from this range here, held it. On the 2-hour time frame also, I like it because sometimes it gives better perspective than 1 and 4 is altogether. So if we look at the volume distribution, we reached the value area low, also reversed from here. Now we have lots of volume here from the month of October, from this consolidation that we had over the months of like the second half of October. So we tested it, and if we come back to the month of October point of control once again, from here I'm gonna be looking for longs. And my targets for those longs would be at least the previous highs or renewing the previous highs at 17,380 for EUR USD. So that would be like this as swing that I would be waiting for.
I agree. That's exactly what I'm looking for as well into year end.
But are you looking for the price to go up immediately now, or are you looking for the little
Lower.
bit deep lower? Yeah, lower.
Yeah.
So,
Lower first.
same.
Yeah, agreed. So yeah, I want that lower entry and then going into year end, a gradual just incline higher. Yeah. And especially once we come towards December, after Jerome Powell tonight, obviously that's going to be the decision maker.
Yeah.
Eventually we get the government opening again, we get the data coming through. It's probably likely to be semi-poor. Then you get the general direction from the Fed. We're going into Christmas, into year end. They kind of say buy the buy. So everyone just leans into whatever direction that is. You have lower liquidity. It tends to be exasperated moves due to that lower liquidity. Coming into Christmas, New Year, early Jan, you can see when we had the final Fed meeting mid-December, price just kind of gradually just runs and runs and runs and runs. Very low volume, low liquidity, but just drifts higher.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking for into year end. Perfect swing trade right there as well.
For gold, I personally still weigh the upwards movement.
How tall is Anastasiia?
Yeah, this question for some reason was really bothering.
20 foot tall. 50 foot tall.
50, yeah.
This is as tall as a building, and she'll crush you. So look out. Yeah.
I'm not sure if it was an insult or compliment. You know?
I don't think it's either. I think it's completely neutral. I'm just saying, you'll crush them. Right? Yeah. Yeah, large and live. Yeah, thank you, Rich. You guys can't hear it, but Rich is in the background, and yeah, thanks for the recovery.
Yeah.
Is that a bad thing, being too tall, Anastasiia?
I'm not too tall. I'm a perfect height.
I guess it is.
Perfect.
Well, I don't think being too tall is bad. I think being tall is good.
Especially,
Right.
it depends for him, for who as well. I think being too tall for a guy, there is no such thing as too tall.
That's fair. Yeah, fair enough.
So,
Yeah.
there he is. There they are.
Hello.
They're gone.
Out. Yeah. It was
Gone again.
false start. Forget about it.
again. Aloha.
What's good, guys? How we doing?
Aloha. You're in Hawaii, Will.
Apparently.
I don't think anybody wants to be in Hawaii at the moment.
Yeah, fair. What about Eiffel Anastasiia?
What's up? What's up with the joke now?
That's right. That means she's made of metal. She's tough. Very tough.
Tough.
There you go.
She won.
She's tough
cookie.
and iconic.
Yeah. And one of the seven wonders
One
of
of
the
the
world.
seven wonders of the world. She is
Seven
the wonder
modern.
of the world.
Modern wonders of the world. We're not talking about ancient. We're not talking pyramids. We're talking modern. Very
Okay.
Modern.
Thank you so much for
Very youthful.
trying and reach.
I got you, Anastasia. I got you.
Oh man, I'm hot already. Oof.
Nice.
What were you eating there, Will?
Oh
see
mate,
you-
so I'm trying to debate
What's
whether I continue a cut or whether I start like really clean bulking. And then I was at the gym the other day, and my brother's bulking, and he's starting to lift a little bit heavier now. Obviously, mass moving mass. I'm starting to like struggle to keep up with him a little bit. So I'm like, do I want to bulk, or like, am I going to do a clean bulk? So I'm debating, and I think my nutrition just isn't good enough at the moment. So with my intermittent fasting, I'm a little bit weak, so I got to make sure that I'm really focusing on the right calories and the right intake at lunch. So I just had I'm gonna start having like hard-boiled eggs in the morning, just so I can get my protein gains in the morning a little bit earlier, and then focus on like good nutrition throughout lunch as well. So I was smashing out 3 soft-boiled eggs, and I didn't realize the reason I call them soft-boiled, not hard-boiled, is I bit into it and just went everywhere. I was like, oh, so I was just like slurping on yolk. I was like, oh god, I just made a mess.
What's the age difference between you and your brother?
2 years, or just slightly over 2 years.
Oh yeah, fair.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
he's younger as well. He's my younger brother.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
he's
figured.
built like a brick shell.
So what you're saying he's outlifting you?
Mate, 100%. Yeah, he is outlifting me. I'm like, yeah, 100%. No,
Ewan is a specimen.
Yeah, Ewan is a specimen. Yeah. He's one of those strange guys that just, like Mike Tyson is like one of those freak genetics in boxing. Well, Ewan's just like one of those freak genetics just in life. He excels in everything he does.
Fair.
Yeah.
Fair.
So I'm trying to keep up with him at the gym at the moment, and he's doing a clean bulk, and he's still got abs. Like, how can you do a bulk and still have abs?
He doesn't eat Jaffa cakes as a midday snack, I can tell you.
Yeah,
Just
I mean, yeah.
start paddle. With
Yeah,
Anastasiia.
mate, literally. They don't do
then-
paddle down with us. They don't do paddle. Yeah.
I
Got
still
some
want
good
to.
exercise.
Sorry?
I said I would love to do paddle.
Yeah, I saw another day how people were playing the pickleball. It's a joke.
Yeah, I still want to know the difference between paddle and pickleball.
But come on.
A name.
But come on, wait a second.
She wheels away on her
I
chair.
love how she wheeled across them.
It's animated.
But come on, this is a paddle racket. Okay?
Or hang on, is that in the case or is that the racket?
No, that's a racket.
Oh wow, okay, fair.
That's a
pretty
racket.
Oh,
It has
and
holes.
it's Adidas one as well.
Yeah, it has holes. It's quite thick actually. So it's quite big, as you can see. The pickleball racket is half of it, and it's like this.
Oh, so it's like ping pong.
Yes, and it has a
Yeah.
plastic ball, like a big tennis ball, but the plastic one, like super light.
Yeah, so it's
Right.
like big ping pong.
What ball
Yeah,
do you use for
pickleball.
paddle then? It's like a normal
Normal.
tennis ball.
Normal tennis ball, yeah, normal tennis ball.
Okay. Right.
And the
okay.
paddle in the pickleball court is twice, so the paddle court is twice smaller than the tennis court, and it has a glass.
Nice. Okay.
The pickleball court is twice smaller than the paddle court, so it's 4 times smaller than a tennis court.
Yeah, no, I remember. Because I remember when I was speaking to you, Anastasiia, about potentially going out to Marbella, and like it's one of my places that I'm thinking about moving to. And I remember I was watching this video, and it was like day in the life of living in Mallorca, not Mallorca, Marbella, etc., etc. And they had like paddle. I took a screenshot of the video. I was like, Anastasiia, look, they're playing paddle. So yeah, no, and I watched a little bit of it. It actually looked pretty cool, to be fair. Like you use the whole glass and like the whole walls and all. Yeah, it's really weird. I mean, it's cool, but feels like it should be out
there
of
you go.
hand.
See,
So-
someone
so-
again in Spain gonna go play paddle.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Dude,
maybe.
everyone in Spain is playing paddle. So paddle
I mean,
It's a
is
Spanish
okay.
sport,
It's
isn't
just like it's almost like, okay, put it this way. Paddle is the tennis, like soccer is the futsal.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
Kinda.
And then pickleball is just
Ping
it's a
pong.
joke.
nothing.
Game.
It's
Just
just
a joke.
it's like playing table soccer. It's rubbish
Yeah,
by comparison, right?
Hey, if you've had a few too many, table football is hella fun.
I agree.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I concur sincerely with that.
Yeah.
yeah, fair enough, yeah.
But compared as like a sport,
No, I mean,
like what is
nobody
pickleball doing?
thinks of it as a sport, do they?
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. So that's like
You know what?
pickleball.
There's
Which is-
wrist movement and strategy, I suppose.
You know, like horse riding, there is a horse riding and there is a hobby horsing.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know, the pickleball is hobby horsing of horse riding, of tennis.
So it's not to be taken seriously at all.
But come on, how can you take it seriously like a plastic soft ball? It doesn't even fly.
Dude,
I mean, have
I gotta
anybody
say
played
the
badminton?
hobby horsing people are the worst. Like they do take themselves seriously, and
Oh yeah.
anyone that knows what that is, you'll know how. What is going on?
Okay, well now I'm confused on what hobby horsing is because
Well, just look it up on your.
I'm gonna Google
on your
it because
reels,
like I
on
come from
Instagram
a
or something.
Russian
He
background.
knows. You're supposed to know.
Yeah, you know.
Just Google it. Just Google
Yeah,
it.
he knows. He's an
Oh,
equestrian.
okay. Yeah, fair. I was saying because I come from an equestrian background. I've not heard of hobby horsing, but hey, that
Dude,
could be a sport. That's exercise.
No, No, Will. No.
Oh man.
Yeah, where you been, Akram? Good to see you, mate.
He just told you he had like the
Yeah,
funniest road rage ever. So
Yeah, that's what we say here in Australia. It's like redundant. We say redundant stuff all the time. It's like when you walk past someone, like when you're walking out by the beach or just on a track, you're like, "How are you?" You're not actually asking like,
yeah,
"Oh,
no,
please tell me how you are." You're
Yeah.
saying like, "Hi."
Imagine
I mean, we do the same in the UK.
started telling you how they were. Oh my god,
Yeah, yeah. They stop and give you a full life
a
breakdown.
rundown.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Like you imagine walking your dog. Like in the UK, we go, "Hi, you alright?" Or "Hey, you okay?" Like you imagine going past someone, "Hey, you okay?" And someone just says, "No," and then just starts.
Oh, not really.
explaining
Well, I
why.
got this and this and like,
Yeah,
oh,
it's like, I was
what's
just
your
like being
opinion on
polite.
blah blah? And I got this legal trouble over here, and my girlfriend did this.
Yeah.
And,
Dude, I'd be like, I've
I've
been
just
polite.
go for my job and I'm feeling a cold coming on, as if like I'm caught in something now that I regret now. This conversation, I regret this, but you can't say it because you're a nice person, or you like to.
Oh no,
show
no, I'd full on saying it. I'd just say, dude, I was being polite, man. I didn't want to seem rude.
the funny thing is, Americans that come here don't get it, and so when you say that to them walking past, they try have a full conversation with you, and you're like, dude, I was just trying to be respectful and say like hi, and then you just and then they don't understand that concept at all. They're like, what?
I'll tell you what I've had the best experience with is the Asians. They're just so efficient. They don't say, "Are you okay?" Like they will not talk to you unless they want to talk to you about something. Like it's
definitely,
amazing.
that's true. Yeah.
Dude,
Like
ask Jonatan about the Swedes.
I'm not.
Yeah, no, that's
Other
fair.
than
Swedes,
Jonathan, I've not had much
Nordic,
interaction with
Dutch,
Swedes.
that kind of stuff. They're very blunt.
Yeah,
Like just watch Max Verstappen. Any
True, I mean-
post-race interview,
I mean fair.
very straight to the point, very blunt. That's it. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
Same
yeah.
deal.
There's no beating around the bush.
yeah.
It's just straight to the point.
Like you're considered weird if you make eye contact
Yeah.
while
Yeah.
on the
How was
road.
the race?
Why is he looking
Good.
at me?
Yeah, you took pole in the third lap. Yeah, no.
Yep.
It's like okay.
Yeah,
No?
I did.
Yeah, I
The
did.
conversationalist.
Yeah. Cool.
It got wet halfway through the race. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Water is
So,
wet.
right. Yeah. How did you
Yep,
feel
cool.
when you had to move over onto Slex? Good. I trust
Yeah.
team. It's like, all right, you swear he's programmed. Like there's a robot.
Dude, he's just been driving around a course for hours and hours. He's dehydrated, he's tired,
An
and you're
hour.
coming in with your stupid questions, and he's just like, I want to go and eat a burger, and I want to go and drink a beer. And what you're doing right now is just like wasting that fun time. So he wants
You're
to be
wasting my time by interviewing me about my race.
Yeah, it's part of their culture, but you can also see when he was driving with like Ricardo, like how different he was. Like the Australians like bring that out, which Piastri is the opposite. Piastri is more like the Scandinavians, that kind of stuff. Very like blunt, very like just
I'm
nothing.
gonna say Piastri isn't that though. Piastri.
Yeah, that's
isn't
what I mean.
that
Yeah,
sort of-
yeah. So in Australia you have like there's like two ends. It's like Piastri or you got like Ricardo. And there'll be like two types. But then they complement each other with random banter because at the same time Piastri will pull out random stuff when it's unexpected and be like, "Ooh, that's cold." But brutal, but funny, but
Yeah.
cold. And it's
Like
like
that-
this weird
that
combination
dry
where it's
humour.
not. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I'll
great.
never forget. I'm sure it was Verstappen. I'll never forget Verstappen was singing "Smooth Operator," and I'm sure there was like copyright issues or something because he was on live on TV, and he got time penalties for singing.
Carlos Sainz.
Was it Carlos Sainz?
Yeah. He's a
Oh,
smooth
Sainz. I
operator.
couldn't remember if it was like Verstappen, Leclerc, or Sainz, or it was somewhere like someone up there. And yeah, they were singing "Smooth Operator," and he's like, "Can you please stop singing?" He's like, "No, no, I'm not."
Yeah,
It's
you
like
can-
he carried on singing. He's like, "Oh,
This
we've
is
got
live
time
on
penalties."
TV.
Yeah,
Copyright
literally.
strike. Yeah.
Is that right? We've just gained time penalties for that. It's like, wow. Talk about an
That was great.
earworm. Like he had that in his head. He did not want to get that out.
Yeah,
Anyway,
brilliant.
talking
Are
about.
you guys in any trades today?
I took two trades. I took two trades on the stream this morning. Gold, I took about $200, whereas GU, I actually cut due to like my instinct was like I just didn't like it. I didn't trust it. I'll bring my chart up now.
We got smashed last night. We had the
Yeah,
slight
I know.
recovery, like we were talking about on stream, and then just dump further.
Yeah, literally that. So I was selling here. We came up into this sort of retracement point, and I thought, okay, cool. Yeah, happy days. I like this a potential point of continuation here. So pull back into this zone. I entered in risking about 0.5%. I think I was risking about $600. So I was like, all right, sweet, cool. Let's jump in. And then we started dropping. I thought, oh, okay. Then we started rejecting and floating about. Then we started looking a bit bullish, and I thought, I don't know. There was just something like gut instinct was just saying, "Well, look, I don't like this." You know, like my internal voice was saying, "Well, just I'm not confident with this. I don't like this trade. Like, I don't think we should be in it." And it was just that doubt in my head. And even though it was an A+ setup, like, dude, it was an A+ setup. It was a good trade. I should have held it, and it would have hit my TP as well. It would have been a very, very nice trade, but I don't know. My body, my gut just didn't like it, didn't trust it. It just felt off. I wanted to be. I think it's because I wanted to be trading gold, and then I jumped into GU as almost like a just in case I miss a gold, I'm going to jump into GU. But even though it was a very valid trade, it felt like it wasn't my trade. It was just I cut it at about $30, so it was break even. And then it just rolled down into my potential TP zone. So bit of regret on that this morning. I should have held it, but it is what it is. I didn't, and I'm paying the consequences because I could have had about $1,000. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. And then gold. So gold was looking okay. We were getting some bullish momentum. I missed this gold trade here. So I should have been entered in gold around about 4K bang on, or $1 over 4K, and then held it all the way. So this did hit my full TP. However, I was in like halfway through, so I only gained $200. It should have been like a $400 TP. So I moved my TP up to this zone here. So I wanted to see if I could break and close above the higher time frame sort of zone of potential point of reversal, but we didn't. We just came up, we wicked about up here, and I thought, oh, actually, I don't like this. This is looking like it could potentially reverse on me. We were having all this consolidation here, and then I just cut it. I said, yeah, I'm going to cut it. Hopefully, we can break and close above and have a nice potential buy entry in the 5ers stream, and here I am. So this is what I'm looking for now. I'm looking for a potential area to buy from, which I think I've got.
I would say you're about here right now, to be honest.
Yeah, literally that. So I think my buy is going to be about here. So
because I'm looking for longs on gold. Anastasiia is already in longs on gold for a while. So
I was long yesterday. I took profit after the overnight layover. Today in the morning I took long again from 39.95. I added it a couple of times, and then at 40.26 I closed partials, and then I have still part of the position running. So let's see how far it can go.
Yeah, well, I'm now in a goal long because this is the only area I want to long.
There you go. Will's like,
yeah, literally that.
LJ and Anastasiia confirmed. All right, long. Do it now.
Yeah, LJ, are you going long? Say when. Say where. Where from? Where from?
Right now.
Right now. Now. Okay. Full margin. 10 lots long.
Make the entire account that you've worked on for weeks to bring back up.
Just blown in an hour.
Yeah.
Let me show you why I have actually long this. I don't want to make this look like I have just FOMO'd long.
No, this has actual structure. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, this does have genuine structure.
But I don't know if I would take it right here where you just took it.
No, this is the only place I want to take it from.
Yeah, agreed.
I don't want
to pull back into the 10 moving average on the 15. So if you start going below here, it would be invalidated. So
yeah,
this
so
would be
if we break,
you take it, or
break and close too low, then I'll probably get a pullback, see if I can mitigate a little bit of drawdown, and then I don't want to see this go too much lower. So we've got this consolidation here. We got this big, nice jump up candle here. This nice big bull candle showing that we've managed to break and close above the 4019. And then we've consolidated around a little bit. We've dribbled back, like price. If you look at the candlestick characteristics, we've dribbled back. And then, okay, there's an engulfing candle here, for example, where I've entered. But we've dribbled back ever so slightly. And then wick, wick, wick. I'm wanting in my zone as well. So I'm wanting that bullish movement now. So this is where I want to be buying from if we're going to buy. If we're going to invalidate this, then maybe we'll come down. I don't know. Maybe we'll come down to. There's plenty of other points we could come down to, but this is where I want to see it buying from. I don't mind it consolidating and just mucking about a little bit here, but as long as we can show some structure, if we start seeing real selling pressure coming through and or weakness to the bull side, then I'll start saying, okay, well, maybe not. Maybe I was wrong. But I got $200 to play with today, $205 to play with. So we'll see. Sure. See how gold acts and see what the personality traits. See how gold's feeling today. If it's woken up on the right side of the bed with me.
My only issue is this: that you took it now on the 5 minute. The 5 minute, that portion where you took the trade, it is so slowed. Like the upward momentum is slowed, but it's slowed as it was going up. So it's basically consolidating on the 5 minute on that short little section. We've just come into an hourly base area, one of mine, which is a bearish base, and we've slowed in this area. On the hourly, we've completely slowed down. On the 4 hour, we have another hour before this candle is closed, and it's got a massive wick in relation to the body. So in the last 3 hours, it's kind of like just stayed at one point, effective. So personally, I would have wanted it to pull back a little bit more and then start showing that it wants to carry on going up, because I don't like the fact that it's so slowed at this top section.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That's the only reason why.
Isn't that what you get at this time every day? Right?
Yeah, fair.
You know what I mean? Like the interim swap of later in Europe.
The only thing that did worry me a little bit was this area here.
Wait, I switched to my screen actually.
Oh, fair.
Sorry,
like, what Anastasiia is showing here is what I agree.
Don't push it, I can be silent here for 30 minutes, so I have to.
Just speak up, Anastasiia. You're as tall as a 50-foot building, and you're one of the 7
you're not
wonders of the world.
Anastasiia for nothing.
Eiffel Tower, whatever. Just body your way in. Just like aggressive.
Yeah, just like grab hair and like get out of the way.
No other way with you guys. You know this.
Just slap someone with the paddle, right? Just be like, nah,
go move.
You guys are out of here.
I'm speaking now.
LJ, be careful, LJ. You are entering the very, very good territory.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm 2 tiles under her, so I mean, LJ, you're.
I was like, I'm gonna get hit first. I'm gonna take the major blow, and they'll be like,
you're gonna take the brunt of the impact. I'm just gonna
diminish returns as we go down.
I'll have the after effect.
Yeah, Rich will be fine. He'll be like, wait, what happened?
Yeah, Rich will be like, I'm screaming.
That is exactly why I'm sitting here and keeping my mouth shut, because I'm waiting for Anastasiia to have her moment. So.
Hit me with the paddle, come on.
Thank you so much, Richard. Thank you. Actually, we agree with you. The only reason I brought up my screen is because I wanted to say exactly the same. I think the deeper pullback would be better for gold, to be honest with you, because I'm in a bias from this level. So I'm already breaking here, but I'm expecting still the price to come closer to maybe 4,000 back. Maybe even 39.90 or something, and then push back higher, because here we had lots of volume. I was already looking if the price is gonna be able to go higher or not, but it still got stuck, and this is the reason I took partials too from here. And yesterday I was in a long from here, and I took profits here after the overnight layover to not leave it for the night. And then after this pullback, I'm going to be looking for the continuation. So if it does give a pullback from 4,000 to 39.95 maybe, I'm looking for 4,080, 4,015, or even for 4,200 somewhere today.
Interesting. So,
I
hey,
don't think I want to see it come that low. I mean, it would make sense if it does, but it's just not what I want to see.
Yeah, but yeah, right now I agree with Richard that it's slightly too slow and too weak, to be honest with you, because it's clearly having difficulties to hold. We had this range here, it was trying to break through. I was still expecting, we talked about it with LJ in the beginning of the stream, that I was still expecting the price to go a little bit higher to 4,040, 4,035 before going lower, but in the end it just didn't. It failed from where it is.
but you're still in, right?
I'm still in with partials.
Yeah.
I took profits at 40.26. So
Yeah.
here partials because it was ranging and I saw some volume that I didn't like, but the rest is break even. So
Yeah, this is I wouldn't mind a small pullback,
yeah,
but I think I'd like to see it go from here. I think this is
Yeah, I
This is
think
where I
this
wanted
is
to
the
price it.
crux point. Yeah.
I'm bullish from here.
Okay. We're split then.
We are split. We're very split.
I mean, technically it's 50-50. Me and LJ are bullish from here. Anastasiia
Akram's
and
got a buy limit at 4,004.
4,000.
So Akram is
Four.
along with myself and Anastasia as well.
Yeah, fair. Yeah,
Slightly deeper.
I mean,
pullback.
4,000. Yeah, 4,004 is like my last sort of not last line of defense, but it's like that area that I'm like, okay, 4,000.
Yeah, I'd agree. Like,
see it.
yeah,
yeah,
Yeah, I could see it, but I wouldn't want to go much lower than 4,004.
yeah, yeah. 4,004
Yeah.
I can also still expect the same pullback. 4,005, 4,004 maybe.
Yeah, well, I've just hit break even now after
Well,
starting to move up slowly.
Yeah.
I'm just in dollar yen. So
You in dollar yen.
yeah,
How do you find
not
dollar
in
yen? I
on
hate
gold
dollar yen,
at the
man.
minute. So yeah, it's difficult. It's very I would say it's as temperamental as gold most of the time.
Yeah, fair. Yeah. No, yeah.
Yeah,
I
very
agree with
active,
you,
very erratic kind of thing. So
I feel like dollar yen wicks too
Yeah.
much. I feel like most yen pairs wick too much. Like
Yeah,
they're
definitely
very
do.
wicky.
Yeah.
Some wicky.
Yeah, so they move a greater degree, but hence for the same reason they wick a lot more as well.
Yeah,
So
yeah, fair.
you have to take that into consideration overall.
You share my screen at some point.
But yeah, Anastasia, you don't have to go, do you?
Yeah, I have to
You
go.
hang around because you're like, oh, I gotta wait. So I gotta
No,
say goodbye. So if you do,
I was hanging around for hobby horsing.
wait, where's my hobby horse at? They're like, do. I don't have.
I'm gonna be
Oh man.
Will probably has one.
horsing away from the stream.
Dude, Will, you're into your hobby horsing, right?
Oh, I love hobby horsing. I
Guys,
got
stop
friends.
horsing around. This is serious business.
I got friends and we all hobby horse together.
It's a weekend hobby after the difficult trading week.
Yeah.
It's like when trading doesn't go as you expected. You wanted a horse,
So you bought a hobby horse.
can only afford the hobby horse.
Yeah. Me and all my mates go to the pub and we all like run down the pub on a hobby horse.
I was hoping to be able to buy stables and a real horse, but instead I've got this cupboard over here with some sticks and brooms. With a
All it reminds me
horse
of
head
is
on.
Monty Python and the Quest for the Holy Grail, where they have the coconuts go.
Yeah.
Dude, Monty Python is great.
Oh mate, weak, absolutely weak at it. Every single time I watch it, I'm in stitches. You're a loony. I am a knight. You are a loony. There's nothing but a flesh wound.
Yeah.
You've lost your arms. No, I haven't.
Come here, I'll bite your ankles off.
Dude, Anastasiia, you've definitely never seen Monty Python, have you?
No, never.
I can tell. Either
Yeah,
that or
I
she does
didn't
not
think
have a
so.
sense of humor.
is
it's
the
one or
most
the other.
of British comedies.
It's wrong country, you know?
Yeah, fair.
I think it's just that, yeah.
It's like the best.
It's very
basic
British English thing, so hence Australia
Yeah.
as well, you know, by proxy, right?
You know, Queen and all.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. British related
Uh-huh.
across the globe.
Horrible.
Don't worry,
Related-
Related by
freaked
default.
out by that. But yeah, it is. It is the most British of British comedies. It is dry. It's deadpan. It's satire. It is
Mhm.
everything
Yeah,
all
I
in one.
understand.
Visual comedy.
That and oh my god, Blackadder.
Yeah, but I mean, like same genre.
Yeah.
Yeah, that and Blackadder. Oh, mate, weak.
Anastasiia, Akram thanks you. You've blessed his trade.
I hope
There you
you're
go.
long though, not short.
Yeah, don't go short.
Because it's a question, where are you trading? I'm long, but I'm long from here, and I'm expecting short. So what exactly are you trading?
I assume he's aligned with where you are. So,
Yeah, he said his entry point was at 4004. So he's also expecting a bit of a pullback and then a continuation.
Yeah. Well, it's a shame Akram's not going to get tagged in because I'm going to go straight to profit. I'm going to go straight to TP. Sorry, Akram, but I'm taking gold to TP with me.
That's fair. That's fair.
Look,
And
for
it's good
your
for-
You can have it tomorrow. You can have gold tomorrow.
Well, where is your take profit for this one?
My take profit right now is sitting in the middle of nowhere. It's at 4048.
4048. Okay.
You made a triangle.
I feel like I can. So it's at these. It's at the highs.
The
Actually,
high.
Yeah, I could move that a little bit actually. Let me go to like 450. Oh, there you go. I'll bang on 40450. Oh, sorry, 4050.
Yeah.
40450. 4050. I've forgotten how to speak today, guys. Genuinely forgotten to speak English. Yeah, and this is nice. I like this. My one worry.
There
This is nice. This is good. My one worry will be coming up close to these highs. Depending on how we break through these highs, will depend on whether I'm going to hold straight through. If we just absolute, burst straight through the highs like a bat out of hell, then love it. Happy days. I'll hold it. But if we keep this momentum and dribble up, I'll probably just think screw it, take it the highs because the highs for me are going to be like $300. Oh, bang on. 304.
Bat out of hell. That's a phrase I love. It's great.
meatloaf.
Great phrase.
Meatloaf. Can't beat a bit of meatloaf.
Yeah.
Dude, I used back when I was training for triathlons and all, I used to run with his albums in my ear all the time. Even his slower stuff was just absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
Mm.
Days. Oh, also,
Yeah,
dude, Rich, I just saw your Discord message just now. I will send you that very shortly. Yeah.
You better.
Oh, you're talking to Rich. I was like, dude, I haven't sent you a Discord message.
Will not everything is
yeah, it's Rich.
Yes,
Right.
it is. You know the Earth's rotation?
Yeah.
Center of gravity.
Center of gravity. Is that why you get a lot of crap coming your way?
That's fair. Yeah, it is 100%. Yeah.
Nice.
Not only does the Earth rotate around me, I gravitate shit.
Your spine is the access point.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, guys. I'm gonna have to dip out.
Yep. Me
Right,
I will see you tomorrow.
See
And,
you.
Awesome
Ciao
stuff.
for now.
Ciao for
Goodbye,
now. See you later,
Anastasiia.
LJ, bro.
Good day, guys.
Anastasiia, see you later.
Keep an eye out for FOMC later. Don't forget.
Yeah. 6 p.m. UK time, by the way, guys. Out we're
Exactly.
in UK.
All right.
It's no longer 7.
Ciao, guys.
Bye-bye.
Ciao for
Yeah.
now. See you later, guys. Have a good one.
And then there were two. And then there were 2. Dude, I'm done trading for today.
Yeah, you're not going to break the rules?
No. I have 1 win on gold. I
Uh-huh.
have a partial on GU, and I have 1 loss on EU. So I am done. I am done
Okay,
trading.
fair. How does that work for you then with your partials? Does a partial count as like a full position trade?
Well, whatever I did during that trade doesn't matter. I've entered a trade and I've closed it.
Yeah, okay, fair. I was going to say, is it the fact that look, you've entered the trade? It doesn't matter what happens. It's just the fact that it's the principle you enter in.
Yes, it is the principle
Yeah,
that
that
I'm
makes
only allowed to do best of 3, and the outcome is based on me leaving it. So basically, set and forget. But I did the same thing that you did this morning with my GU trade, and I decided to close it early out of fear. So that one's going into the journal. We're going to have a look at that one and just kind of like what drove me to decide to close it early. But the point still stands that it is considered a trade. And I'm done. So,
dude, what do you want about fear? It was strategy. We purposely closed it because we didn't want profit.
Well, your strategy was that. My strategy was to set and forget it, and I didn't. So
yeah, I don't know. Part of me, I think if I'm going to be accountable, now I was a little bit afraid. I'll be honest.
No, it wasn't really so much the fear; it was more the idea that there was a bit of uncertainty.
Yeah, for me, it was the fact that there was nothing underneath. It was like diving into an abyss. Like if we look at like the previous lows, go on to like the daily.
I mean, you can
where. Like if I go into the onto the daily, not on the 4 hourly. Like we're selling into an abyss. This is the only TP point that I would have found. So for me, I was like, no, I don't like this. It was just I was selling with no TP point, and I didn't like it. It felt wrong. It felt off. I felt iffy about it. EU. Oh, hello. Where's EU gone? Where are you? Screw it. There we go. So EU fell off as well. So this was the price action of EU at the time. Over here, and again, it felt iffy. It felt off. The EU was garbage. GU was moving, but EU wasn't correlating. None of it was acting in the correct way, and I think I wanted to be in a trade. I just wanted to see something, and it wasn't gold. I wanted to be in gold, but I missed it. So I think I just jumped into GU just to almost satisfy my needs. It felt wrong. I think that's, even though it was an A+ setup, I think the reason why I got into the A+ setup felt wrong. And I think for that reason, I felt like I didn't deserve that trade. I felt like it was disingenuine. It felt like a disingenuine trade. So I cut it. I cut it, and I was like, look, your gut. You didn't want this trade, even though it's an A+ setup. You didn't want it. It's a second choice trade, and I cut it. Yeah, I cut for that reason.
I mean, to be fair, GU didn't really go all that far down after that point where we both got in. And now it's just consolidating. Now it's just sideways. So I think something for me to take away from this is that on days like today, where we're expecting actual high impact, like very, very high impact, US news after such a long period of not really, let's call it radio silence, from like a news perspective, from expected news from the dollar. We had something last week. There was a big reaction off of that, and now we have the Fed cut that is going to be announced tonight. Whether or not it's happening, we don't know. But the speculation is that it's going to happen. So the point is, on a day like today, I in the past expected there to be a little bit of indecision prior to the news. So days like to this, where it's, I don't know, like very high impact CPI, or it was unemployment claims or something like that, I would generally just stay out of the market for that day. In this case, we have the fund rate. So in hindsight, I should have just stayed out of the market, because the likelihood of the trades going in my direction, or we actually trending, is going to be less likely. So it's just a takeaway. It's something that I need to like always be cognizant of. Just make sure that I have a look and say, okay, we've got this high impact news thing today. be careful. Just don't go willy-nilly into any sort of trades. Just, tread a little bit cautiously around your ideas. Maybe reduce risk a little bit, that kind of like thing. So it's what has saved some of my accounts in the past before.
Yeah.
And it's just
Yeah.
something I should just reincorporate into my strategy.
Yeah, 100%, man. Usually on big days like this, I tend not to trade. So FOMC, CPI, NFP day, days like these, I don't trade. FOMC is not so bad. I'll trade the London session on FOMC just because it's such a late news release. But usually where I want to be out way before 1 p.m. Now, we've got CAD news, high impact news for the Canadian dollar, which is red folder at 145. Not really I'm not too interested in that ish, but I'm just gonna see if volume drops completely for probably the next. I'll probably look to see what the next 15-minute candle does, and if volume's still dropped on the next 15-minute candle, I'll probably just cut the trade and stay out. Because I want to see a little bit more volume coming through now, a bit like what we are doing. We're about $60 up, so volume's coming in slowly. But if we can't get a little bit of volume in over the next few minutes, then that'll probably be the end of my trading. Just because it's not going to do what I want it to do. We're going to have just that lacking volume, that lacking momentum. And then we'll just get closer and closer and closer to the high impact news, and I don't want to be in that. I don't want to be high impact news. So let me know, guys, what you're trading. If you're in any CAD pairs, be careful coming up to 1:45 p.m. If you're in gold, let me know. I know Akram's waiting for a buy. He's got a buy limit around 404. Let me know if anyone's in on gold. We're starting to get a bit of momentum to the upside now, which is pretty cool. About $100 up. It'd be cool if I can mitigate my loss from yesterday. So if I bring my history up, guys, you can see here. I'm $205 up post commission. If I go the last 3 days, screw it. I'll be specific. I'll just go Monday, even though it's 3 days. But 27th, there you go. So I took a bit of a loss, as you can see, $408. Oh God, $408 loss, plus $24 commission, so like $432. $432 I lost yesterday, so it did bring down my P&L a little bit. However, when it comes to pre-commission, I'm $13 up, so I'm about break even. However, net profit, I'm actually down $51.50. So it'd be pretty cool if I can, cover the losses and have some profit today. That would be ace. I want to be careful though, guys. Like I said, I've met my quota. So if I'll actually show you my quota. So I aim for
right.
So again,
it is actually starting to move now a little bit higher.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is, which is quite nice. So I aim for about 2% a month. Now, this month, since the 1st of October until the 29th of October, which is today, I'm up 2.691% pre. So that's gross profit. Net profit, so after commissions, I'm up 2.557. Now, all of these trades have been placed live in front of you guys on a live $100,000 account, high stakes account. So I'm trying to claw my way out of drawdown. I was 7% down. I'm now only 2% down, which is pretty cool. I'm $210 up.
So out of all of the pairs that you've been trading this month, which one has been your
gold.
most?
Gold has been savage for me at the moment. It's been so good. Yeah, gold's been awesome for me at the moment. I may just take TP at this high, What would that be? $300. I'm just going to take TP up here. Raise my stop loss up to here. See if because I'm only going to pay $1 commission on it. So if I can bank like 310, 39, it's going to be over $300. And brings me up to 0.5% day. And then that would in effect be what I could have
had if you stayed in GU.
Yeah, exactly. Because I did lower my TP on GU. Where's the background music gone?
It disappeared.
I just noticed that.
You-
There we go.
You're getting closer to your TP now, dude.
Yeah, there we go. It's looking good.
Cello asking, I'm in gold and silver longs. What do you think about silver correlation with gold? Silver generally follows gold. So the correlation
it's like lagging.
and then silver lags behind it, but it generally does follow. I don't trade silver at all because spreads are incredibly high on them. Like just
There you go, guys.
nice. Good trade, mate.
Yeah, that was a nice trade, man. I'm happy with that. You know, like I said, you know, today's a bit of a high impact news day. You know, we had low volume, low volatility. I wanted to be in this morning a little bit earlier, so the fact that I eventually got in, but you know, not as much as I wanted to, it wicked above and then started like the volatility dropped. For all I know, that could have happened today. You know, we've literally come up, taken a high, consolidated, come up, taken a high, consolidated. And then what could have happened next? We could have come up, taken the high, which we have done now. Now we could consolidate for the next half hour, maybe even the next like couple of hours up until FOMC. So I'm just going to watch, see what happens. If we break and close above again, look, I may even get back in. You know, I may get back in as it will be following my plan. But if volatility drops now and just consolidates around, then it'll be a good exit. But look, I took the highs, I took the liquidity above, and I gained and I banked profit. So $514 for the day so far now. So if I bring up custom period, go to the 1st of October, that should give me 3%, I'm pretty sure, which is... Have a look. Yeah,
Vote saying, hello guys, made 5% this week. Now I lost 2.7% made with the same break out, 0.7% back. Losing is part of the game, right?
100%. Yeah, definitely, man. Look, we can't have a 100% win rate. It doesn't happen. Like I said, look at my P&L for October. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 losses. That's technically a week of losses, just over actually. So it's a 5-day trading week. I've had in theory, if you look at it that way, I've had all week losses, and then 2 days after that week losses. Obviously not in a row, but yeah, that's the equivalent. So
Yeah,
guys,
it's the equivalent if you were to take one trade a day, as an example.
Yes, yeah, precisely. Yeah, precisely. So we are now actually bang on 3K up for gross profit. We're $3,001 up. Unfortunately, there were $135 commissions paid. So net profit, $2,866 up for the month of October, which for me it's a good high. It's a good high. I've not banked that much in a while. Now I have got trade copiers on the back of this. I'll tell you what. I can tell you on just one of the accounts I've got on the trade copier, I banked on that over $1,000. I banked 800, so over $800 today. So yeah, I've had about 1.5% day today.
Oh, that's pretty good, mate.
Just this account and the trade copier, and that's what I mean, guys. Look, you know, you don't need massive winning months. You know, you don't need to be looking at your profits and going, I must take a 10% month. You know, just little and often. Take small chunks, small nibbles, 1-2% a month. You know, next minute you're growing the portfolio. You know, 1 to 2% on $1 million portfolio is absolutely astronomical compared to, you know, 10% on a $1 million. Like, what's, you know, 10% on a $1 million? Yeah, fair, that's massive. But, you know, what are your chances of consistently gaining that 10%, you know, compared to the chances of you gaining that 1%, 2% each month? You know, you're increasing your chance of longevity in trading. And that's my style of trading. You know, I'm not saying that's right. I'm not saying that's the only way to trade. I know lots of people that do 10, 15% months quite consistently. But that's just not how I trade. I can't trade like that. What I like to do previously to streaming was I'd have a 3% trade, like a one trade, 3 to 1 R, and I'd stop trading that account for the entire month. Obviously, if I came to close to my 30-day limit, then obviously I'd have to place a smaller trade. But yeah, I'd try and gain 3%. I'd stop trading for the month. But it depends.
Yeah.
It's called risk management.
Celo saying, I noticed gold moves a lot in Asia session. What do you think of this trading period? So the idea is that during Tokyo session, you have Russia, you have China, you have Japan, and all of these countries. Sometimes it's also maybe India as well. A lot of these countries right now, and Australia as well, they're reserving gold. They're buying up gold. And it's going into their reserves. So there's a lot of trading activity that's happening on gold specifically during those hours. So you will see a lot of movement during Asia because there's a lot of actual trading that's happening on gold specifically. So just something to take into consideration. The market players that are buying up gold, a lot of them are during that section of the day, basically.
Guys, can I just say I'm $173 away from break even on this account pre-commission, which is pretty cool. That's pretty cool. $173.39. Okay, I've paid $1,389 in commission. That's since the beginning of the year, mind. So I think I've had this live account since April.
April, yeah.
Yeah, it is April. So April, I had this account. And I went into some deep, heavy drawdown, and I'm $173 away from break even on the account. Obviously, commission, that's gross. Now, net is I'm 1.6% away. So $1,601.76 away from break even on this account. So, dude, hopefully, all goes well. Maybe, I doubt it by the end of the week, but maybe by end of next week, I may have this account back in break even if all goes well. If my analysis plays out as it should.
I was about to say, bro, we do not work in ifs.
I don't know, but we don't work in definites either.
No, but we don't work in ifs. What we do is we arrive every day and we just follow our plan. And what happens, happens. There's no ifs, no ands, no buts, no whys, none of that.
If buts and maybes, just absolutes.
Yes, we just rock up, and we do.
Yeah, we rock up, we focus, we do our plan, we execute in a strict manner, and then we get paid or we lose. It's that simple.
Yeah, no, I'm flat in the market at the moment. I do not want to participate in anything whatsoever. My gold trade this morning was a good one, but since then I have not wanted to enter on anything specifically. The EU one was what it was, unfortunately. I could have entered earlier. Technically, according to my plan, I should have entered earlier, but once again, hindsight. We don't trade in hindsight. And then my GU trade was... I am annoyed about that one. The fact that I did not let it play out, which is generally how I do trade, is set and forget. I enter and I let it play to either stop loss or take profit. So in that case, a little bit annoyed by that one, but not a bad day overall.
Yeah, that's fair, man. It happens. But yeah, it's still a pretty good day. It's a successful day, so take it, mate. Take it. There's a question here a second ago. Aha. Wow, saying, are you funded? I lost my funded account, so unlucky man losing the funded account. Don't worry about it. Look, we all win and lose funded accounts, so don't stress, mate. It is what it is. Just keep focused, keep your head down. I am indeed funded. So this account that you're looking at right now that I'm trading, it is a $100,000 high stakes account with the 5ers. So and it is funded. Yeah, I passed phase 1 and phase 2 live on stream, and yeah, this is a live funded account. So what my plan is with this is I'm gonna get it back to break even, bank some profits, get paid. So I'm gonna take a nice payout, And then once I've taken a payout, I'm going to take the payout in front of you guys. Like I said, I'm going to show you and proof in the pudding that this is a live funded account. I can show you the certificate somewhere. I'll try and find it for you, actually, guys. But then once I've been paid out on the account, I'm going to try and my next challenge is I'm going to try and scale it. So that's the next challenge that I'm going to give myself, is to scale this account once I'm out of drawdown.
And then while William is doing that, I will start trading a live account next week, or the beginning of the next month, which should be next week, the 3rd, I think. I will start a small account for the live stream, which will be our live stream, our own one, which is the Apex Brotherhood stream, and then on the 5ers stream as well. So trades that I take will only be done on live stream. So it's just the idea of a little bit of transparency. Will and I want to do our own little thing during this segment. Ours will be the live trading. I know that LJ and Jonatan and Dirk and so on have their blend, their mix of macroeconomics and technical analysis together, and then we have the afternoon session and stuff like that. So I think Will and I will be the live trading guys.
Guys, I just want to say my computer's crashed.
It has?
Yep. I can't do a single thing.
Okay, well, you're still on camera.
Yeah, I know. I can see myself. I can see myself. So I shouldn't strip off yet, no?
No, please don't.
Okay.
For the love of all things holy, please don't.
Well, I can't, dude. I can't control anything. It's all
is dropping like a fly. GU,
mate, I can't even switch.
Broke out. EU looks a little bit. Yes.
You're gonna have to go onto your screen, mate, because you know when you go onto a home screen of your desktop and drag the cursor across, you've got that highlight. I'm getting that across all my terminals, all my everything, and I can't move anything about. So I'm gonna try and sort something out. If not, I may have to. Huh?
Is it not your mouse? Because I can see your mouse cursor moving on the screen.
Yeah. You can see my mouse cursor, dude. I can see everything. I just can't touch anything.
Tab out. I'll tab out.
No. Oh God, what's happened now? Oh, hang on a minute. Nope. Oh, has that worked? Okay, now.
Because we can still see your screen, mate. We can see everything. It's not frozen. It the ticker is moving. Your mouse cursor is moving. Everything is moving.
Now I'm just getting, that error message. Ba-dung, ba-dung.
Right click.
Still making that noise.
Huh.
Weird. Right. Do me a favor, Remy. Can you take me off the screen, mate? I can't seem to do it. If you guys take me off the screen, give me 2 minutes, and I'm just going to reset my PC, and I'll be back.
Yeah, we'll do that quickly.
Minutos, por favor.
I don't know if Remy heard you. Oh, Remy's not in, mate.
You're not able to take me off screen, are you?
Yeah. Oh, Remy just jumped in now. Remy, if you don't mind, just putting my screen up and then take Will off. He's having some technical difficulties at the moment.
I'm able to. Don't worry, I'm able to do it. I've just gained my control back, but not of my PC, just of the terminal.
Okay. Well.
Right. Okay, guys, I'll be 2 minutes.
All right. You go and do that in anyway. So I'll just take over. Gold. This was my trade this morning on gold. Let's do this. Technically, we started printing a little bit higher in this channel. We were slowly moving our way up, consolidating a little bit, pushed low. This was yesterday. This morning when the day started, was this very big wick, and then from there on we never really tested this area again, so I just kept that area as a area of interest for myself, which is this one here, and then this being an area of interest from yesterday where we had this wick reaction from. We then started printing higher highs and higher lows. So just on the day, if you just take this as one of the lows, there's a high in relation to what happened yesterday. There's a low, a higher low. This was the first time where we basically had a lower high, but in the higher time frame, let's say this, not higher time frame, but in the higher scheme of things, it was still going higher. We did not break lower than this point. When it came down again, we started printing another high. And then when we took Tokyo high over here, if I just go to the 15-minute, you'll basically see that this is an upward channel from this point down here. As an example. Sorry, the wrong one. From this point here. So, in my mind, we were at this point, we were about in the halfway mark of the channel, and there was a very good chance that it would come and test this high point. So I was bullish on gold overall. So I decided to take the trade once we had the break basically above Tokyo and the close here. So I was already under the illusion basically that we were going to break and continue higher. That's what I wanted to see. And on the 5 minutes, we already had a really base, a rally, another base, another rally, and now we had yet again another rally. This is a 15-minute one, but you can see it on the 5 as well. And then we had this very nice volumetric candle, which I then decided to take. I took my 1, 2, 3. It went up. It came about halfway back into my take profit, and then it just went and touched the my take profit. So very happy with that one. I'm just going to remove all of this. I don't want to remove all of the drawings because they're still valid. The day is not over yet, so it's still valid drawings. I only remove the drawings when I'm no longer when the new day starts, basically. And then where we are now, I've marked up an hourly base area. So there's 2 of them. I should maybe just actually do this. Bearish hourly and another bearish hourly. So basically, the idea is that price started, this is a double top, effectively, almost a triple top. This area struggled when it had the opportunity to push higher. It started pushing lower. This, we had a gap, a little bit of consolidation during Tokyo on Monday. Then we started going bearish. We attempted to push up again, failed, and then went bearish yet again. And this is now the first time that we're getting bullish movement through the day. So I just marked the hourly base, another hourly base, as an area where price can come and test, and usually it has a reaction. So it either goes into the base, rejects off of it, goes back in the normal direction where it was, or it breaks through, retests, and continues higher. So that's usually what happens. So in this case, price failed to come and test it on yesterday morning, and then now today we've tested it. That was one of the reasons why I said most probably, along with this very slowed momentum over here, you can see on the 5 minute, you can see the very, very slowed momentum. We attempted to break out, we pushed back in, but we haven't closed above, barely. So even if I just pulled it on the top of the wicks and the bottom of the wicks as an example, can even pull it back further. This to me is just pure consolidation at the moment, and I want nothing to do with it. Price needs to break above this hourly point and then come back to test it. So it needs to push above, test it, and then continue higher if I wanted to take a buy right now. I'm still of the opinion that we have this heavy slowed momentum, so I expect from this point, if it doesn't create a new high before the high impact news, that we should potentially have a bit of a test down here before we start pushing higher. That's just on gold. That's just what I think is going to happen. But I'm done trading for today. I don't want to be penalized again by William.
Oh, mate. Go tell him your punishment, man.
I have to do 50 push-ups in one sitting, and I injured my hand yesterday. So
Okay. Oh, now you make me look like a bad guy. You got a boo boo on your finger. You got a boo boo on your finger.
I'm doing it for complete transparency. I've already done 20 push-ups today this morning, and it was already a problem because I hurt my hand.
He's got a boo boo on his finger, guys.
I've got a boo boo on my fingers. So this one finger specifically is incredibly sensitive, very like prickly and very not happy. So I have to hold my palm against the board to try and do a push-up. So yeah, how am I going to do that if I can't make a fist, you muppet?
Okay. Can you not make a fist?
You know that the fingertip does have to touch somewhere, you know?
Yeah. Just do it one-handed then. Just do it with your right hand, or do it with your left hand. Do it with your good hand.
Do I look like an Adonis to you? You know, like someone that is like absolutely chiseled and the broadest of shoulders? No.
Yes.
And
Also,
anyway,
guys, I'm back. Hello.
So yeah, when it comes to gold right now, I'm waiting for a reaction. Preferably, I would like to see it come and test this base first and then continue. But if it doesn't, then this is just not my trade. Then it's fine.
Yeah.
I had a GU trade this morning, which was a break of the low. You can effectively say that this was the Tokyo low. It struggled, it broke through, it pushed back in, it pushed lower, it retested, and it continued lower. I thought, okay, we're going to carry on going bearish. I waited for my base drop. I entered on this one here, but I closed it roughly around 4.6 pips, which is somewhere over here. Purely because I thought it's gonna struggle. So it closed in line with this candle over here, and then it just started wicking above it. And I thought, this thing is not going lower. So I closed it for a little bit of in profit. And then since then, we've been consolidating. It pushed back up again, and consolidating, and now we've had another break, but we're not breaking the low point as yet. So I'm still not interested in taking GU trades at all right now. And then my EU trade was the same idea as the GU one. I saw this downward movement, and I thought we have an area down here to test. I had a drop base and then another drop. Did not account for this very large wick that was here. Took the trade on a sell. It wicked me out. It is what it is. Unfortunately, I lost one, but that's how it goes. And now, since then, we've pushed back up into this 15-minute base. We just closed above it, but then we absolutely failed the continuation, which is these two candles over here. And then effectively, we've come to retest it again, and now that has failed as well. But like I said, I have no interest in trading right now because I've already taken my 3 trades for the day. So there's no point.
Yeah,
there's just no point.
By the way, guys, I'm just gonna stop sharing my screen. I'm gonna share something.
Sorry, Alphinius. It sometimes happens where it breaks up if we're talking together.
Yeah, fair. Louis, no. Richard, do it one-handed. Misha, do it with the left hand. It's like from a stranger. I hid. No,
yeah.
Go sit in your hand, Rich.
Sean Johnston, which country are you from? I'm from South Africa, mate.
Ja.
Ja, broer.
Ja, broer.
Sorry about the audio, guys. Sometimes it happens when people jump out of the stream and back into the stream. The audio, yeah, I don't know, tries to recalibrate.
This quake of audio. The audio is like, no, Will, don't go. You know, his audio protests when I leave.
What is the name of the sessions indicator? This sessions indicator is just Lux Algo's sessions, and you can place.
Yeah, I've used them. They're really good, mate. Also, guys, I just want to show you real quick before we jump back into the analysis from Richard Butler. Here is my certificate of accreditation. You know, so just to show you, This is a live funded account that I'm trading with. I don't want you guys thinking that, oh, you know, he can say whatever he wants, but maybe it's not a funded account. Guys, look, passed it in April. You can see 11th of April 25. Passed it live on stream. If you do want to go back and check, that's absolutely fine. You can literally watch me celebrating when I passed it. And yeah, so there we go. In fact, I passed phase 1 with Richard Wells. I passed phase 2 with my stepbrother, Richie. And then I'm now trading live with Richard Butler. So I've traded on stream with 3 different Richards.
3 Richards. You definitely have a type.
Yeah. Yeah, no comment. Yeah, no. So yeah, there you go, guys. Just to show you that it is a live funded account. And here it is. You are looking right at it. So yeah, okay, I did go into some deep drawdown though. I went to about 7%. So now we're 98,398. So 1.6 away from back in break even. So which is good, which is cool. I feel like I've been slogging this for a while.
Sean Johnson thought when I heard the Muppet Chirp Fellows SA chapter, yeah, mate, that's I call William a Muppet often. Fathead asking, Richard, how did you do on the 3rd? Can you explain why the 3 trades a day is a steadfast rule of yours? Okay, so it's relatively simple. So I used to struggle with the idea of overtrading, and I'm a rules-based person. So if I have a rule, I have to stick to it, and it's one of those things where if I don't, I get disheartened, and things just don't go my way. So what I decided to do was, whenever I traded and I overtraded, I traded way too many, or I revenge traded, or I FOMO traded, it was usually because of the idea that I had no structure. I had no plan that I was following. And I decided I'm going to make myself a plan that would make it more structured. And the thing that I did was I back-tested this, and it worked for me. The idea was best of 3. I'm going to do the best of 3 trades a day. And it's not per asset. It was over any asset that I was trading. So I would trade whichever came first, either 2 winners, 2 losses, or if I had 1 win or 1 loss, I would then do a tiebreaker to see which one is now the first to 2, basically. So that just became a moniker for me as well. Best of 3 is me, and I started sticking to the idea of best of 3. It improved my trading significantly. I'm not going to say that it completely cut out FOMO trading or revenge trading as an example, but what it did was it gave my trading more structure. I still had a plan that I was following, but let's say you take a trade in the morning and it does not go your way. And you take another trade a few hours later and it does not go in your way again. What is the reaction, the psychological reaction that you're going to have? You're going to feel like, oh, I can't end the day on a loss. I have to win it back. And that was basically how it was for me. And I've lost accounts like that because I overtraded it. I tried to revenge trade, try and get my, not end the day on a loss kind of like thing. And then that's where that started, the best of 3. It's not going to work for everybody, but I do know of 1 or 2 people that have adopted a similar version of it that has helped them to kind of like just curb overtrading just a little bit. So if you ever wanted to, you can try something like that, especially if you are somebody that does intraday trading. You can try doing a best of 3, but do some back test on it and see whether or not 3 is the right number for you. Because obviously there's only 4 outcomes that you can have. You can either lose both the trades, you can win both the trades, or you can win 2 and lose 1, or you can win 1 and lose 2. So you have expectancy on a day. You know exactly that if I'm going to follow the best of 3, I can make this amount, I can lose this amount, or in between the 2. That's it. You can have no more and no less. And it's that structure that I like quite a bit.
My dogs were just going nuts, so I had to mute myself. I could hear my dogs barking at the postman.
We have weather. It started raining nicely here by us.
Oh man! I think
Leviathan is a good one. I haven't seen the Leviathan one. I just happened upon the Lux Algo one when I
the
just
Algo one's the most popular one.
yeah, it was the first one that I came across when I was looking at a sessions indicator, and I mean it does exactly what I wanted to do. So I haven't really needed to look for another one, but I can have a look at the Leviathan one just to see if there's anything that's added.
I mean, do like a comparison maybe or something like that.
Yeah.
Hey, there we go. I'm a Safa in North Wales, so I'm enjoying both your chats, dude. That's awesome, man. Yeah,
He's the +2.
Yeah, a merge of the both.
Titan Fitness.
Titan Fitness. I like that Titan Fitness. Passed in April and have not had a payout yet. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct, mate. I haven't had a payout. I passed it, got about 2% up, and then I just hit a big drawdown. I think it was like 1 or 2% up, and then I just hit a really big drawdown, and then pretty much every trade was a losing trade. It was so frustrating. As I was about to pay out, just hit a massive drawdown. So those things happen. I was super close to my sort of area that I want to have a payout from.
Sorry, Will just pull me off of screen quickly.
Yeah, of course, man. So I was super close to my payout on this account, and then I just got absolutely rinsed by the markets. So it took me, I think that was what was it, 11th? So 11th April I got into profit, and then May, June, July, August. So I stopped trading during July. So it was May, June. It was 2 months of drawdown. And August was me basically trying to claw it back. So I had a swing trade during August, and which I banked about 1.2%, something like 1.5%. So that was good. That was a nice little profit. Kicked me back into gear with my swing trading. And then September onwards, well, I can show you from September onwards. I live traded on the 5ers stream from September onwards. So let me just bring my September l'histoire. My September history. There we go. So September history is 5% or $201 commission. So 4.959%. So 5% profit between September and 1st of September and the end of October. So yeah, it's been a bit of a journey. So that's why I said when I get back into profit, I'm just gonna take a payout. Nice little quick little payout as like a well done for getting funded and getting out of drawdown. And then it'll be straight back to scaling it. So I wanted to try and scale it after getting paid out, and I think I just got a bit, I didn't pay myself enough. I didn't pay myself quick enough for it. So yeah, it sucks, but I'm back on board now. I'm back up afloat. So it's just a matter of getting back there.
Yeah, that's good, mate. The Sage saying, don't think I've ever taken 3 trades in a day on my entire trading journey. 2 is the most. Yeah, dude, like whatever works for you. Like,
man,
as long as you're following your plan. Like, if it works for you, it works for you. And it's about the idea that you're comfortable with following your own plan. Like, trading is complicated enough. So whatever you can do to simplify the trade, the actual trade that you're taking, do that. And if it says only take 2 trades in a day, do that.
Yeah, 100%. I used to be 1 trade a month, 2 trades a month sort of guy. Now I'm 1 to 2 trades a day. So it all depends on what works for you. Your plan can change eventually as well.
Yeah, you can adapt it. You can find something that might be a little bit more alpha that works a little bit better for you, or you can find out that this is just perfect and you're happy with it as it is. Trading is very personal. It's you against you basically in the market. It's you against your psychology. It's you against your emotions. It's you against your plan. So keep it personal, but keep it simple. Mario Volter saying, on my rules, I stipulated 1 loss a day per account. If there's an account that gets to stop loss, then the account will be out till the next day. Dude, if that is what it takes to keep you profitable, do it.
Yeah, I like that, man. I like that. So, I like seeing people with rules. It doesn't matter whether they're different rules to me. It doesn't matter whether they're the same rules to me. It matters like seeing people with rules. It goes to show that you're putting the right practices in.
Yeah.
Do you feel like right, let's try again. Do you feel that if you have 1W, 1 loss, the mentality pushes you to find another trade for your third trade?
In the beginning, it did. In the beginning, I still had that idea of I don't want to end the day on a loss. But because I have positive risk to reward, even if I had 1 win and 1 loss, it would still be a profitable day, quote unquote. So in the beginning, it was very much a thing of like, I have to at least get X amount of profit. So if it was 0.5%, I want to have my 0.5% today.
Mm-hmm.
But the longer my trading journey became, the more I realized that that's just not who I am. I need to move away from that idea. I'm not a greedy person. I'm a very risk-averse person, to be honest. So I eventually got to the point where it was all about the process. If I just followed the process, then that's gonna be my edge, is following my process.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the end of the day, that third trade, if it was a loss, so what? It is what it is. If it was a win, great. But yeah, so I disassociated with each individual trade, and also disassociated with the idea that I have to end the day on a certain amount of profit. Like, it's okay to have losing days. It's fine.
Yeah, fair. Also, guys, check this out. I mentioned about like we could potentially wick this high, take my take profit, and consolidate for the rest of the session. It's exactly what we've done. We took the high, hit my TP, and then just consolidate for the rest of the session. So that's why I took out what I took out. It was strategic, and yeah, it's done exactly what I thought it would. Because what it's done now is exactly what it did. What it did this morning. So I like that.
We have a bit of weather, a bit of lightning and whatnot. So my cat has jumped onto my lap because she does not like lightning. So if you see my hand doing this, I'm stroking a cat.
He's not getting excited at the trade analysis. He's stroking his cat.
Stroking my cat to calm her down.
Oh, what would be quite funny, because it pops up as well. So like when we bring a comment up, all you see is like this. Why my demo funds aren't not in my account? What am I supposed to do?
Not sure what you're asking.
Why are my demo funds not in my account? What am I supposed to do? Open a live account. Demo. I don't get the question, man. Demo account is a demo account because it's a demo account. It's fake. It's not real money. You can't withdraw demo account money.
Well, it's simulated.
Yeah, it's demo. It's a demonstration account, so it's a fake account. So that's probably why you can't withdraw it. If you open a live account, then you'll probably be able to withdraw it because, it's live. That's the only answer I can give you. Definitely check out the Leviathan. You can customize each session with colors. I'm pretty sure candle colors.
Yeah, I've had a look at it now. The Leviathan one is pretty cool, but I'll have to go and play around with it fully before I incorporate it.
Yeah, fair. HK saying, how much amount of payout?
There's a minimum that you have to have in order to pay out.
I think it's $150.
Yeah, after split.
Yeah, post profit split, it's $150.
Yeah.
How much a payout? I think that's what you're asking. So on this account, I haven't had a payout yet, due to the fact that I went straight into drawdown, which really sucked. But guys, like you pass phase 1, you pass phase 2. That goes to show you that there's that peak. At some point you're going to get a pullback before continuation, and this is just my pullback. So I had that phase 1, phase 2, pullback. This is my continuation. So hopefully now we can have that continuation. I can scale it. Combination of time frame in trading. How can it be more beneficial for us? Combination of time frame in trading. How can it be more beneficial for us? Infinity. I don't quite understand what you're asking.
Combination. It's referring to the idea of using the 4 hour down to the 1 hour.
Is it as in like top down? As in like scaling through the time frames. Yeah, no, 100%. So scaling through the time frames, like from doing a top-down analysis, it gives you a chance to identify different trends and overall trends, as well as different market structures. So if you're seeing the very similar, if you start on the 4 hour, go into the 1 hour, go onto the 15, go into the 5, and you're seeing the same direction, very similar structure, you're able to identify higher time frame price points, like maybe imbalances, maybe fib pullbacks, maybe retracements, maybe highs and lows, liquidity points, whatever you're looking for in the higher time frame, what I like to call potential points of reversal or continuation. If you're looking at those structure forms and then you're jumping down into the smaller time frame and you're seeing you're within your structure form, then you see your smaller structure forms forming, move down a time frame, and they're all aligning to head into that bullish direction. Then it's using confluences to increase the probability of your trade idea. So hopefully that was a good enough answer for you. I mean, say, Will, you're an idiot. That's not what I asked, and then ask it again. I'll try and answer it.
First Trading. Sorry, before you get to that one, First Trading just replied at the bottom, kind of explaining what he meant with that one. He's in the competition, and there is no funds in the competition account as yet.
Sorry. Right, okay, fair. Okay, no, that's my bad, man. Sorry for my English, guys. That's all good, bro. I'm from France. I wasn't clear. Dude, don't sweat it. Don't worry about it, mom. I'm saying that I've subscribed to the contest, and today is the first day, but it's... it's
written 0-0. Yeah.
Yeah, but I can't trade. My logs are entered and everything, but still 0. That's really weird, man. Chat to support.
Yeah, I was literally about that.
Yeah, have a word with support, chat with them, they'll sort you right out. I'm sure they're busy. I'm sure they're busy, but the minute they get time, have a chat with support, and they'll sort you right out, man. But I don't do the competitions. I couldn't help you with that one, mate. Sorry. But support us.
Normally, if you've already entered your login details, then it should be fine. Normally, where can I find the support guys? Yes, so on the website, I'm assuming you have the hub because you would have gotten all of your login details straight from the hub. On the hub, there is a contact support button that you can click, so you can then talk to support directly from the hub. If not, if you are in the 5ers Discord, you can also connect to the 5ers Discord as well, and you can talk to them there. Or alternatively, you can get their information straight from the website like you asked now as well. You can get all of the support contact details. You can email them. They have a chat bot basically that will direct you as well to them, so you can use that as well to try and contact them. But that's what we would suggest: just contact them, and then they should be able to help you. Yeah, sorry, Will, you can head back to that previous question.
Cool. I can't remember what comes.
It was the Sage. No, was it? Yes, it was the Sage. Currently in the EU USD sells entry at 116.39, stop loss at 116.451, TP at 116.193. What do you guys think? Well, EU is selling at
116.39.
EU is selling. So entry was 39.
16.451. Did you say 16.4? Say 16.4.
And the stop loss was 451.
16.451.
And then take profit is 19.3.
Where's the entry?
The entry was 16.390.
There you go, 16.390. And where's the TP?
It is at 16.193.
16.193.
So you're aiming for the lows of London at the moment, and then your stop loss is in line.
What time frame did you take this on, Sage? I'm guessing the 5 minute. Okay, yeah, I see. I'm guessing the 5. Dude, I mean, super nice trade. Yeah, super nice trade. So on the 5 minute, we've got... Okay, let's mark out some highs and lows. So we've got high here. We've got a high here, which is where your stop loss is. Oh, no, bugger. There you go.
I mean, it's right on that high.
Yeah, and then we've got the breakout, and then we've got current low, and then that'll do. Okay, so we've got this pullback area, which is bang on. Looks like it could be in the 6-1 fib level. So I mean, that's 3-wick rejection in the 6-1 fib pullback, which looks absolutely fantastic. Me personally, I would have had my, and again, not saying that this is the only way to trade, not saying that this is the right way to trade. Why will it not let me grab you? I got candy. There we go. Oh, that worked. There we go. So this is where I would have been putting my stop loss. Just give myself a bit more breathing room. However, tight stops, nothing wrong with that if that's how you trade. We got a consolidation, which is really nice. Breakout of the consolidation. This wick would have made me a little bit nervous. But then, guys, again, yes, you had that break and close below this current low. Maybe a bit of a pullback. It may want to have a break-even bounce, mate, back into the consolidation zone. But I mean, look, EU hasn't been playing ball with me. It's not been nice at the moment. The price action's been garbage today. So don't take any of what I'm saying with too much weight. However, really nice trade. Had I have if you forced my hand to sell EU, I would have taken probably an identical trade to you. My stop would have been a bit higher than yours. But my TP would have been the exact same. In fact, no, my TP would have been lower. My TP would have been bang on the low. So this would have been. So this is your TP. This is your stop loss. This was mine. So this is what my trade would have looked like. So yeah, dude, really, really nice, nice trade. What would that be? 10 pips. Okay, yeah. So I would have had a 10 pip stop loss.
It's a 1 to 3.
1 to 2.
No, from his entry point to where he's.
Oh, sorry, from your end. Yeah, okay, fair. That makes sense. Yeah, so I would have had a 1 to 2. You would have had a 1 to 3. So that makes sense. So yeah, that's how I would have traded it. I don't like EU at the moment. However, don't let that sway your analysis, dude. This is a really nice trade. I think we could get a bit of a pullback. I think we could try and test this area one more time before heading down. So I think we could have something a little bit like this, where it pulls up back into the consolidation zone, and then a continuation down like that. So, dude, big congrats on this one. Stick to your plan. If your plan is telling you to hold this, hold it. But yeah, really nice trade, mate. I like that.
First Trading also saying, I fixed my problem. Thank you, guys. Awesome to hear.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, well, good luck in the competition as well, man. Let us know how you get on.
And then Shark has also asked something about the Discord link, but we'll get to that one in a second.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say, let's have a bit of a catch up, and then we'll get to the recent ones. I'm a newbie and have lost my savings twice. Oof, ouch. Hard for me to follow my rules. I always end up chasing my loss. Blew my accounts again yesterday. Dude, first things first, take a relaxed chill. Don't put so much money on the line yet. Just take a step back. Don't waste too much more money. It sounds like you're revenge trading a lot. So what you want to do is have something a little bit like Rich, or have a set rule. If you take a loss, first things first, ask yourself if you're profitable. If you're chucking real money in an account and you're not profitable, dude, please stop. You're just going to burn your money
immediately.
Yeah, stop trading immediately, man. However, you sound like you've already been stung, man, and it's so common in this industry. Go back to the drawing board, open up a demo account where you're not going to care too much about the losses. Prove to yourself that you're profitable. Understand that. Give yourself confidence, and then have something in place where you can, trust yourself. So once you've got data back in it, once you've got live trade back in it on demo account, then consider putting a small amount into an account. And then so you have some skin in the game, so you're testing your psychology, but then trust the process. And if you still find that you're chasing the losses and revenge trading, put something in place that if you hit a certain loss, if you take a certain amount of losses, whatever that looks like for you, you stop trading completely for that day or for that week, for that month. Give yourself not targets, but barriers. So for example, if you take 2 wins, that's you done. No more greed, no more chasing. If you take 1 loss, depending on how much you're risking, if you're risking 1% and you only want to lose 1%, And if you want to take 2 trades, then divide the risk in 2. So you're risking 0.5% per trade. 2 trades, you're done. You're out. No more trading. That's your rules. So find yourself a good rules-based system that allows you to completely, make it mechanical.
But also ask yourself this: why do you feel like it's hard for you to follow your rules? Like, these rules should be stuff that you've set, meaning that it should be something that you should be comfortable with because you've set them for yourself. So there seems to be some psychological barrier for you to have to work on as well, because it's not as clear cut as just saying, okay, I have a trade plan, I'm just going to follow it. It's more nuanced than just that. You need to understand that your plan that you've made and the rules that you've set up align with your goals, that you're not anxious when you're following your rules. Like, you're not worried in the sense that if you do lose a trade, that it's going to go against you, that kind of like thing. So look at the psychological side of it as well when setting up rules, so that, like I explained earlier, trading is already difficult in of itself. Don't overcomplicate it already by having your trades be super complicated as well. So try and simplify things a little bit for yourself. Write it down. Go through that plan. Make sure that you are aligned with your plan. Your plan is aligned with you, kind of.
Yeah, absolutely. Citizen, ooh la la, we have got someone in, guy. Oh, sorry, Victor. What's good, man? How you doing?
I'm happy to see you, the two of you again. How are you guys doing? Some great questions coming from the audience. Thank you for that. We love that kind of. We love that kind of engagement, because I think that's I think one of the pillars of one of the values that we bring to the audience. Right? We've been through it. We've made probably all the mistakes that you guys are going through and making right now, and even though we may not be expert in every field of things you have to master to become profitable, we might not be master at them, just we went through them, but the fact that we went through them equips with us with some experience and perhaps some advices that are useful for others as well. And I think that's the camaraderie, right? The community value that we can bring by by when you're tapping into the experience of someone who has been there, done it, and probably knows a little bit more how to deal with it than yourself. Awesome questions there.
Yeah, there's some great questions there, man. It's awesome to see everyone engaging in chat as well. Super cool, guys. I haven't asked you to like the video yet, so guys, can you please give us a big thumbs up? Big welcome to Victor as well, guys, and make sure you all stick around for Victor and his absolute awesomeness.
There's a few questions for the hub, guys. Let me just quickly answer that before Will says what he's about to say, because I know what he's about to say. On the hub, if you want to get to the Discord, first of all, you need to have purchased an account with the The5ers, at least one. So it's not a competition account. You need to have purchased one of the 3 main accounts that they have, whether it's a bootcamp, a high stakes, or a hypergrowth one. You need to have purchased one as well. So from the hub, there will be a Discord link, a button that you can press. Press that button and then it will direct you to Discord. So only once you've purchased one. So we're not talking about one that you've won, and we're not talking about a competition one that you've entered. You had to have purchased one from one of your accounts, as an example. So that's the only way that you're going to get access to the Discord, but it's worth it. Even if you buy the lowest or cheapest account, just to get into the Discord is amazing, because there's a bunch of people there that, like thousands of people there, that really know their stuff. So yeah, that's what I would say. We can paste it, but you won't get access unless you've bought an account at least once.
Yep. And we have weekdays streams as well, given by seasoned traders that you can tap into, totally free, and interact with us, because I'm one of those hosts, and interact with us. Place your on YouTube, you can ask the question, and we'll do our best to answer it. But everyone understand that the time we can um, dedicate to any single question is limited by the format, right? They are probably a minute or two, but in the Discord we can go deeper and perhaps spend half an hour. I'm not kidding, half an hour on explaining all kind of aspects of the same issue that you're dealing with, and different methods to deal with it. That's a different format for a different kind of audience, but that's what the kind of things that you can find in the Discord. It's a little bit different. Both of them obviously very, very useful for everyone. So yeah, Discord is great.
Yeah,
highly
absolutely.
recommend.
Right, guys, it is running over slightly now, and I am Hank Marvin, starving. I'm hungry, so I'm gonna skedaddle. So, guys, thank you so much for joining me and Richard today with the live trading side of things. So, banked some good profits today, which was pretty nice. About $300, so $514 up for today. Super cool. Happy with that. Tomorrow is going to be another day in the market, so I'm no longer going to be trading this account. So if you want to watch me trade this account, you've got to check it out tomorrow at 11:30 UK time. Guys, thank you so much for joining. And like I said, guys, smash that like button as well. So we don't ask for much. All we ask is that you support the channel. Make sure you subscribe and make sure that you do hit a big like on the channel. So guys, thank you so much for joining us. I am heading off now, and we shall see you tomorrow. Give a big welcome to Victor as well, guys. So we want to engage in chat, ask Victor all the questions, and really help him out and be with him on this one. So guys, thank you so much, and we shall see you all el mañana.
William, you impressed me. Thank you for that greetings and everything you shared with us in the. Even though you left, I know you're listening in the background, because I see you. You guys can't see him, but I can see him in the background. Thank you for everything you've done today and every day you contribute to our community, our channel. And on that note, remember, we're aiming for 100K subscriber this year, by the end of this year. So you can be part of that success story by subscribing to the channel. This channel, if you believe that we're doing if you're seeing and you believe in the potential that we can bring, and we have actually, and the value we can bring to our community and other traders that haven't seen us yet, I would like to tell you guys that by liking, subscribing our channel, you can make it possible. So join us, be part of the clan, be part of the movement, helping each other, positive vibe. That's what we are all about. How are you doing, Richard? I'm grateful that you are, as always, that you're here with us. How was your trade so far?
Well, I'm about to jump off, but before I jump off, I will just tell you this. I had one gold win, I had one partial win on GU, and I had one loss on EU. So overall, not a bad day.
Nice. I see. Yeah, it's all about consistency, right? It's not about one particular day. So it's awesome to see that you're doing your thing, chipping away, the jungle, and marking, how do you say that, opening the way to your follow the path that you've decided on. That's awesome to see you progress like that. I'm gonna talk about a little bit later on, when Richard, I think you're getting ready for something.
Yes, I'm ready to leave. So I just wanted to give a quick second just to say thank you, goodbye, and if anybody has learned just one thing today, hit that like button, smash it. That's all.
Perfect.
Just Victor, have a good day, mate.
Thank you there, Richard. Have a great one. Take care. All right, I'm gonna switch back. I'm gonna switch back to the analysis, because at least I do my analysis on on TradingView, as perhaps most of you traders out there. So let's switch the channel, or not the channel, the screen that I shared to be exactly that. Yes. All right. So let me switch back, and I'll talk about the trade that I showed on the account before. That was a little, well, I mean, it's a little move. That's what I refer to. Let me see. All right. So this is the, all right, here we go. Thank you for your patience as we, manage and do the stuff we do to make sure that, I'm in, in picture, in frame, so we can continue. So, quasi time. Yes. Yes, indeed. HK, yesterday your analysis on pound dollar. Now, what is the update, please? Again, analysis that pair, analyze that pair, no problem. Someone, I'm not sure if you're literally talking about the hurricane on the other side of the pond, or is this figuratively? Let me know. Because we know that there was a huge hurricane in in the north, in the Caribbean, directing itself to parts of the North America. So maybe you're referring to that, and if that's the case, then good for you that everything is okay. And if not, then please correct me or let us know what you mean. All right, so someone asking, not asking, talking about the community right there. Let's go to the market, if that's okay with you guys. Keep those questions coming. We are here to help you, to share our views, right? They're just views, right? They're not absolute truths, but our interpretation or our read on the market, and help you on anything in between, or anything you could be facing as you are progressing, as you are moving along in your journey to become, a better trader, whether that be, getting to profitability if you're not there yet, or maybe getting to consistency. Maybe you are profitable from time to time, but you're still having those bouts of periods where you are, you're giving it back. So whatever it is your phase you're at, let us know, and the whatever issue that you're dealing at each of these phases that you are, let us know, and perhaps we can, help you a little bit, guide you, nudge you in the right direction. Maybe sometimes we don't know, right? And I'll tell you, if I can't help you with something, I'll tell you right away, because obviously I'm just another trader. At least that's how I see myself. Okay, that's Samir is joining us in a short while. We will see him joining us. Take your time, Samir, no problem. All right, we're gonna be looking at, and I can hear Jackie. Jackie's also joining us today. Lovely Jackie, male dog. I gotta remember that it's a male puppy. Okay, let's see. Someone here. Hi, Victor. Confirm what you're seeing on Europe yen, both on the 4-hour and the daily swing. Perfect. We'll be talking about that. I will definitely look at that, because not very long ago we discussed your yen, and it's still there. Okay, so that's why I couldn't find it, and we can see it. All right, so let's put that close to right there, pound dollar, so we can switch easily to it. All right, so let's take a look at pound dollar first, and then we will come back to perhaps euro dollar, or something else, whatever it is you guys want us to analyze. Okay, so on the higher time frame, pound dollar, without going into a lot of details, because we do this quite often, so I'm sure you could catch us have probably, I don't know how, what the composition of the stream is, the audience, how many of you are watching us for the first time. But in any case, the monthly, the kind of purple shaded black box here is a monthly structure, which is part of a quasi being a reversal pattern, a variant of a head and shoulder. It's a type of head and shoulder pattern, but a specific one. And it indicates that the market is attempting to reverse, right? Attempting, right? It's not 100% certain it's going to reverse, but that it gives a sign that it follows a certain pattern that usually means that it's going to reverse. So we do have on the monthly time frame, we have a valid structure here to the left. That's the monthly, and that created a new one, or that caused, at least that's my interpretation of the market, caused the market to create another one. That makes this idea, not this idea, on the monthly time frame, it gives us a very strong signal that this time frame, the monthly, is confirming, is telling us that the market participants are reacting on something historically, something that was there historically, right? So something in the past, a level that we created, the market had a certain reaction to, and now is having is reacting to it again. That's useful information, right? That's what technical analysis for a big part is. It's about market reacting to previous market conditions, or previous phenomena, previous incidents that we've seen in the past. All right, so that gives us the bullish order, the bearish structure here. Now there's something here that we can take away from. Once we move out of this monthly, I said I'm not going to spend too much time on the monthly, but actually there's something else you want to know about. Once we have a complete, once we close below this order block, and especially if we have a complete range out of this order block, this is the order block, right? Once we have a complete candle, right, from bottom to from low to high, that is closed and is outside of this range, meaning this one, the current one, still has a little wick there that is within the order block. You can see that, right? So this one wouldn't be the candle yet to be completely outside, but it will likely, since we only have 2 days to go, it will likely close below the bearish structure, meaning it had the reaction we were expecting, meaning this is the move up that created, and then the move down that created the order block. And then we had a retest that actually went quite deep into the order block and then move out, right? That's the exact kind of movement dynamics that will happen when the market reverses, right? You have the first influx of sellers or buyers, but in this case it's sellers, and then you have the retest of the same area, and then the follow through, right? So once it closes below in 2 days, quite likely it's going to be closing below this order block. That's the confirmation, and even more when it closes another candle that is completely, as I said, complete from top to bottom, completely out of that order block. It will confirm the follow through. Okay, so until that candle is closed, there, it's highly likely, but it isn't confirmed, right? It isn't a fact yet because it's still a moving candle. But as the days are reducing, the days to the end of the month, it becomes, increasingly more certain that that's going to be the case. So by next month, when it closes, the end of the next month, so end of November, if it closes completely below this area on the monthly time frame, you can then project, okay, if you can we get the confirmation that it had a reaction from the order block, and you can start having projection. What is it likely to be heading into as the next station. Since this is a monthly time frame, you're going to be looking for the next monthly structure that is in there, and it's a lot of distance. I understand that, but that is, how the market works in terms of hierarchy, right? The monthly is likely to need a monthly structure or a projected measured move out of that order block if there aren't any in any other structure in the opposing direction. So what I mean by that, we can do a let's double check, or let's measure the range, the ATR that was at the time of this order block was created, the bearish one. That is 477, as you can see on the lower left corner, right there, here. And if you multiply that by 2, that gives you what? That gives you 954. So if you measure that from this low, it's a very simplistic idea, but it gives you, the measured move out of that order block, which is, what did I say, 950 something, right? So basically into that order block. So that would be your macro. That would be my macro. Let me mark this, right? That would be my macro target for if it were to happen, right? It hasn't happened yet, but that would be, I would understand that the market in the coming candles, right, will eventually it has a high likelihood of reaching that level. Not always, but it does work quite effectively as a target, right? It projects it quite well. I did the market, but it doesn't matter. I'll leave it there. Even doesn't matter. That's the level. And since we have a bullish order block there, I would actually move it up to the up. So basically on the monthly time frame, that would be our target, even though we don't have a position in yet. I understand that the market is likely to be heading and touching that level. Yes, it's about 700 pips below where we're currently at. So that's the kind of potential these higher time frame will give you, right? You don't even have to catch the whole movement, just portions of it as the market comes down. All right, so let's take a look at the weekly time frame. What do we see? We already had a first reaction. This is the immediate reaction right here, and this is the first retest. Are we still in the first retest level? Actually, this is the first retest, and we haven't left that first retest level yet. So there is a possible, let me double check this. Yes. So there is a possible bullish signal to be created for a there is a bullish signal to be created, or that can still happen, but the market is not confirming. So until that is the case, we can put that in the fridge and leave that for some other time, right? When the market is actually favoring and giving that signal. What we do have is a bearish weekly continued or followed by another one and another one. That's perfect bearish order flow, right? They're creating bearish structure, coming back, retesting it, and having follow through. That's perfect. That's the way you want to see. And the more you see it, and 3 is quite consistently, they're doing it back to back, basically. That tells us that it's very strong, that selling pressure, and it's likely to continue for some time. Okay, so we had that here, and the area you would be looking for is exactly where we had that little wick there. I don't know if that was something of a setup. We'll have to check. But that's you want to be looking for whenever we have this move, right? That's what created the order block. Whenever we come back into that order block, that's where you want to be. So since at the very first moment we tap into that lower level, the lower border of that order block, that's when you want to be starting to look for alignment on the next time frame, which would be from the weekly to the daily to the H4, depending on what kind of trader you want to be, how long you want to be holding that position or not, right? So, but that already happened, so that's not something we can use. Let's cancel that. Okay, I don't see anything else. We're coming out of a retested. So we retested successfully this order block on the weekly. That's already gone, done. So, but it does tell us that market is following the same path, the same script. Let's see what else. We do have a. All right, so we're getting back. Remember what we talked about, the monthly time frame, which is like super macro, right? It's the monthly. Each candle is 1 month, and that's something you could even hold for many months. That's a position trading, right? So, but in between, you can have buying opportunities. So let me go back on the monthly, right? The monthly is telling us that it is likely, right, that the market will reach that level, this level, before it closes above this level. That's what it tells us, right? That's it. Those are the criteria for these stats. I didn't show the stats actually, but the statement that I said that it's likely to reach, the projection is based that it's going to read this. It's more likely to reach this than to close above the order block. It can still happen. It's all about probabilities, but it's more likely to reach the target. Okay. However, the fact that we can say that does not mean that the market is going to go straight to the target. In the meantime, right, as it goes there, as it is on that path, it can easily come back and retest the same level, either a lower high before it goes lower. On the lower time frames, you will see something like that, or it can even come back and squeeze this, and you would think the probabilities of the projected target are it's impossible, it's never going to come back. As long as it doesn't close above that possibility is still open, and the stats still it will still count as a success. So why am I saying this? Because the fact that we have a projected target on a monthly doesn't mean that, for example, on the weekly time frame, we could have a pop. And a pop, I mean, not a breakout necessarily, just a pop, a couple of bars, in one direction. And that's it. It looks like it's gonna look on the daily like a very bullish move, but you gotta put things into perspective, right? This is the weekly, the monthly, so obviously the daily is going to be looking very bullish if that were to happen. But that doesn't mean that just because we have a monthly in a weekly order flow that is bearish doesn't mean we cannot have a market structure. We cannot have a pop of a couple of bars, maybe one, maybe two, where the market goes in the other direction, the pullback, and then continues on, right? Still without invalidating the original idea. What I want to say is, so the monthly is nice, but the moment to use that is when the monthly and the weekly are aligned, and so far they are. But the place to use the monthly signal would be, for example, a supply level or area on the weekly being retested. That's not the case now. So if you're going short here, you should basing that, either you're taking the trade from the monthly, but that would mean that you're putting your targets, your stops all the way above these levels, these candles, or you should be basing it on the lower time frame, but you should not be having on the targets, on the monthly targets when you're getting in here, because there's no way well, no way is a big word. It's going to be very difficult for you to get in with a favorable risk reward ratio. So the only way to do that is to use when the monthly is being retested and you get to a weekly structure, and that's where you can get in with it, and you keep on going with the alignment to the lower time frames, and you can get in maybe on the daily, maybe on the H4, and still use, because everything is in the same direction as the monthly signal, you can still use it as a target. But otherwise, it's just a fact, just the information that the market is favoring going lower, but you can't really use it. So basically, what we have on the weekly is that we do have a weekly order block here, a bullish, but we have no reason yet to look for that structure. That's one thing. Hi, Samir, how are you doing?
Hey, Victor, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Thank you for joining us today again. I'm sure they will start saying hello to you, as they always do.
Hey, chat, how are you? And I'm seeing you are doing analysis here.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, please continue.
Yes, I'm counting the candles. There's a little delay between us, and the first retest. All of these candles so far were immediate retest, at least according to me, right? According to my rules, these are immediate retests. They do not count as the first retest. This is the first retest officially to me, right? The first time we had a candle that is outside of the order block, it left the order block and then came back, right? And we count in this instance 7. Is that correct? Yeah, 7 candles on the 7th it came back, and it depends on your rules whether or not that's a fresh or not. You need to. I always tell traders to do your own analysis and backtesting and see where the line usually is. It depends on how you trade, what your win rate is, and what you can accommodate. But it's going to, for me, it's a low single digit number, a mid, actually, not a low, a mid single digit number of candles after its creation. And so it may or may not be still valid for you. But if it is, right, if 7 is still okay with you, if your stats support you taking trades based on a 7th candle retested fresh order block, then you could be looking for reasons on the lower time frame. And the reason for that is to go long, right? For that, what we talked, perhaps a daily or a weekly pop within a much bearish monthly scenario, right? The monthly bias is to the downside, but in between, that's just the monthly. In between, you can still have that little pop and possibly come back to some area that makes sense, right? Some supply area that it left behind, like this weekly. So if we go to the daily time frame, we're getting to a very nice quasi that we talked about before, right? That's the established downtrend. We break the neckline. That is the neckline, and we come back. We didn't get it the first time. We talked about it. I mentioned that getting into this area is crucial for this pattern, and it didn't reach it yet, and that's why I think HK probably remembers this. I would start getting I start looking for the buy, not Dubai, the buy from the daily order block below us, right here. So now we've gotten into it. So now it starts to get interesting. The question is, are we gonna get a signal from a signal long or not, right? It's not certain. We shouldn't be trading it without the confirmation. So we are within that daily order block of the quasi, which is great. Let me switch then, but there's no reason here to go long currently. If anything, I want to be going short from this level, right? But that's not relevant right here, so I'm not going to be going short here. That might be something for in the future. But the daily, we are currently in the daily time frame, daily area, and now once we are in the area of interest, you can then start going to a lower time frame. The next one would be 4-hour, and start looking for possible indication of that could be a fresh order block being retested, bullish one obviously, or a quasi being formed, a new quasi, right, being formed on maybe the 4-hour, right? And you would be looking for getting in on that, the formation of the right shoulder. None of that is happening yet. As you can see, there is no quasi formation, and we don't have a order block yet. So it's too early. We're very early in this phase. We still need to wait for the market to show us if it wants to reverse from here. Not happening yet. In about 3 hours, perhaps we might get our first one, but that's just one indication. So we will have to wait, and this is the very early phase of a possible reversal. So even if you get an H4 order block, then yes, I would then look for the next level and so on until I get my entry signal. I understand that if it's going to be something just like a one order block and coming back and move back, I'm not gonna understand that whatever target I use here, I need to be conservative, because the market hasn't created this. For example, this reversal on H4 within a daily order block is nice, is valid. I'll take that, and I'll probably target this level, but I will not target the whole structure on the daily until the daily starts to signal. Remember, we're on the H4. That's you need to be getting a valid target for that time frame, right? You cannot be overly confident, start using daily or weekly targets if the pattern or signal is just on the H4. Doesn't make sense to me, at least, and I've seen in the stats that that's not the right way to go about it. However, if we start getting, for example, a quasi, which takes a lot more time, right? If we get something of a quasi, it takes a lot more time, a lot more candles to form that. And on the daily, we start getting price action visible that confirms a change of who is in control. Bingo. Then we can start targeting perhaps something a bit higher, the daily target perhaps, or something on that is visible on the higher time frames, right? So you have to give it, have your expectation, manage your expectation according to what the market is telling you, and using that same time frame, perhaps one up, but that's it, and not thinking it's going to go the other way just because you're in the trade, because it doesn't work like that. So I'm going to be looking for what the market does there, but there's nothing here so far to see, right? It's in the H4. It hasn't closed yet. There's about 3 hours to go before we get some the close of that candle. Anything can happen. Let me double check one thing though. The daily candle. What's the daily range? Remember, we have FOMC today, so that's very relevant. 83. The ATR currently is basically 80, 79.9. It means that if today were a normal day, it already reached roughly what it will do. But the thing is, today is not a average day, right? It's FOMC rate decision day. This can easily go 150% and even a bit more sometimes. So keep that in mind, that the ATR needs to be adjusted as a projection for what we can expect today to be in terms of the this is GU. Perfect. All right. So that's GU. I'll stop there the analysis because the possible buy setup isn't there yet, right? The H4 doesn't give us anything. Let's go back to the H4. So I'm not gonna be taking a trade from there, and because we are in a daily demand zone, I don't want to be taking shorts from here as a swing trader, right? Does not make sense. I don't want to be shorting into a demand zone, right? So if the only place that the only trade that I could do short is if price were to come back to some supply area and left behind on the same time frame in the H4, that is. But that's not happening right now. So basically there's not a lot to do. Not only that, you'll have to consider, the impulsiveness that the market is coming into that order block, considering there is FOMC later on. So if the market reaches this, it's going to be, it can easily push through it. So basically I don't want to be shorting this at the end of that leg. Maybe as a scalper you can do that. Obviously you can do both direction, no problem at all. But as a day trader, it's not a great position to go short in, because it's almost 100% ATR. You are in a demand zone on a daily time frame. As a swing trader, that's not a great place. So I'm looking for a possible long, but it looks like it we'll have to wait for at least 3 hours before we get such a signal. That's one thing. So let's switch to some other pair. But before we do so, Samir, are you in any trades? The market has opened for you, right? Or hasn't it yet?
I am in gold sells right now. So I'm
right, that's great.
Running 1-to-1 right now. Okay, let me explain you why I took this trade. Very simple. Price came to kind of support, and I anticipated this can be a resistance. But more importantly, if you go on the daily time frame, there was a small fair value gap. If you can see, small fair value gap, and this daily high was liquidity to me. I was considering this as a liquidity point, and now if you go to the small time frame, 200 EMA aligning with this, going to the 1 minute, I saw this beautiful consolidation happening. Now the impulsiveness is fading away around my level. So I just shorted it based on, this thing. And I'm just running shy, like almost 1-to-1. Let me see. Yeah, I'm running 1 to 1.1 risk to reward. I would like to see if we can tap these levels maybe. So let's see how much time it is going to take. Of course, if it's consolidating throughout the session, maybe till the FOMC, as you mentioned, I will be closing this trade, or maybe I can take a stop loss also. It's fine. But this trade is according to my plan. What my plan is, liquidity, some levels here and there. I recently added 200 EMA, which works decent sometimes. Of course, nothing has a 100% win rate in trading. So yeah, I'm just aligning few things and I'm in gold shorts. And if we go to the NAS 100, yesterday, if you remembered, we was talking about this buy, which played out perfectly. This trendline strategy is working really good on indices. So it's just fixed 100 point stop loss and 100 point TP. Can be USD, can be NAS 100. So this strategy is working really good. That's why I asked Pedro about futures, if he trades futures or not, because I think this thing, like, we get the similar pairs. NAS 100, it is the futures, we're gonna get futures. So I'm gonna wait for 5ers also when they will be releasing the futures thing. So I will be happy to join future trading also. Until then, I'm just backtesting here and there with smaller account. This trendline thing is working really good. Gold, awesome. I do see FOMC can print maybe some liquidity areas, this, and then maybe, I don't know, we get false moves in FOMC, then we correct the whole move. Of course, not 100% of the time, but I've seen it quite enough. So I do think some false moves are gonna be happening, and yeah, that's what I'm anticipating. And then my TP will be triggered. Of course, I'm not gonna be holding till the FOMC. If whatever happens, I'm just gonna be closing the trade. Hopefully, I hit 1 to 2 before the FOMC. If it didn't, got the volume, I had.
All right, so we lost.
Hello.
Yes. I
Yeah.
thought we lost you, but we didn't.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
HK118 is the loyal viewer. CAD, yeah, there was a interest rates on from Canadian side. It's what is this? Why it is not showing? Oh, okay. They decreased the interest rates, as you can see here. Let me zoom for you guys. Okay. They decreased. And now, if we go to any CAD pair, let's go to USD CAD, like a major pair. Let's do some analysis on this one. Okay, we are just coming to a resistance area. Let's go to the weekly. Let's start with the weekly. Yeah, this is a pretty significant area in my opinion. Very beautiful area in my opinion. Price is just retesting this. And even if you look at this impulsiveness, I just want price to fade a little bit of impulsiveness. Then I do expect price to get above these highs again. I'm not a fundamental guy, to be honest, guys. So I'm just, looking at some technicals, and I'm just taking trades based on it. Let's find some confidence to go long. Right now, we are in a very impulsive phase, as you can see. I want some kind of impulsiveness to fade. And then, of course, you can take your decision accordingly. Some kind of impulsiveness to be faded, that will be interesting for the USD CAD. But this area is very good. Like, very clean area. Just simple, basic thing. Some resistance, breakout, turning into a support, maybe, potential support. So to take the entry, we just need some kind of confirmation. What can be the confirmation? Going to the, as it is the weekly area, let's stick with the 1 hour. I know it is going to be a little bit kind of a swing trade, but I think weekly area should not be traded way too low, like 5 minute, 1 minute. So, okay, let's just see some consolidation. Let the price go above this 200 EMA. Then I think it will be good. Then you will have more confidence to go long in this particular pair. Why will you take just longs here? I don't know if your bias is longs here, but again, it doesn't mean I'll just enter the trade blindly. I still have to wait, and let's see how it goes. And we are in the gold trade right now. Let's take a look. Yeah, I do like this consolidation, small consolidation. I do think we're gonna break to the downside. What can be the area where we can go? Let's do some analysis. Okay, even if we draw this Fibonacci, yeah, at least this 50% I'm doing. My anticipation. Let's go to the larger time frame, maybe 15 minute. Yeah, we still have this low. Let me make it white so that you guys can see. Okay, so I do see price coming at least in this 50% area. I think my 1 to 2 will be done. So yeah. And if we talk about indices, right now I see nothing, to be honest, because this 200 EMA is telling me price is ranging. As you can see, it is going between the price. So you don't want to be trading this kind of market condition. So go to the US 30. Okay, if US 30 print any consolidation, can be small consolidation or the bigger one, then you can look for buys. 100 point stop loss, 100 point TP. I'm just looking at this thing on a very consistent basis. I'm showing up every day. This thing is really working good. If you guys want me to, do kind of a back testing here, I can do. But for that, you have to type in the chat. If no, then yeah, right now we have to wait. That's it. Let's go to Euro USD. 30 minutes. It is also very choppy. Go to the larger time frame. Like, look at the daily. It is not giving any clear, signs. We have a support right here. We have a resistance right here. I know we broke the structure right here. But now, technically, this is the higher low, higher high, maybe kind of a higher low and then potential high high. But again, this is very choppy. So let's go to the weekly. Yeah, weekly is also printing a good leg right here. If you do Fibonacci on the weekly, actually we already tapped the area. So this might be a liquidity push. So Euro USD, I'm not really seeing any clear direction. So I'll just skip Euro USD. I'll just trade, my other strategy, which I'm using for gold and S100, which is liquidity and some trend lines. That is it. I do like this consolidation. Very beautiful consolidation. I think price can go a little bit up and can support this 200 EMA and maybe continue to the downside. Let's see. Let's see USD CAD, because you get the momentum after some time once the interest rates are out, not immediately, but like in that particular 15 to 20 minutes area, you get a good momentum. 200 EMA still to the downside. I wouldn't be looking for longs yet. So, but weekly it is good. I've just mentioned the longer time frame bias, which is longs to me. So yeah, just to wait for it to get aligned, then just take the action on USD CAD. Are you in any trade, Victor?
No, I closed some profits on euro dollar when it took out. It took out a level from before and came back, and I saw a little transition there, a little quasi on the 1 minute. I showed it at around. For those who want to see the P&L or the profit or the trade, that was about 55 minutes back into this from now, right? Into this stream. So if you go back 55 minutes from here, check the timestamp and you'll see I left it a couple of minutes. Yeah, so I'm not in any current trades right now. That was a little quick move. The market is quite bearish. But we had a nice reaction from that level, and we're still playing with that. Maybe I should show my, so people know what I'm talking about.
We have another news here in about 3 minutes, but it is the orange folder.
Okay, what is the currency? It will affect.
It is USD and it is home sales. It is orange folder. Of course, not gonna be affecting that much like red folders, but yeah, maybe a little bit here and there momentum you can see.
Yeah, that's the reaction we had from the interest rate decision on the CAD, the Canadian dollar, the Central Bank of Canada, having publishing their latest interest rate. Not a pair that I typically trade. We can check it on. We can take a look at it on the higher time frames. We are currently building bullish structures upon each other. Actually, I missed one here. As you can see, I haven't looked at that pair in a long time. So we are in a bullish mode. You can see we made higher high, this isn't a higher low yet. But we are making higher highs and higher lows here. You can see here. So basically, the market structure is bullish. We had a breakout, comes back and retests the upper half of that consolidation area on the monthly, and we're building that upwards movement again. The only thing is that we're now going. It seems to be retesting that, but the super macro, the higher time frame, the monthly is bullish. So you have a bullish monthly bias. The weekly is also bullish. You can all see the bullish order blocks being created and retested, not being invalidated as the market keeps on going higher. That's the trademark. That's the hallmark of bullish trend. And if you go to the daily time frame, we did see a little bit of a the market hasn't broken any structures yet. That would be the neckline for my quasi. So we could still have a little break, come back. Maybe this is an order block to me. I don't think it's gonna go all the way up and then come down. That does not make a lot of sense to me. But hey, if it does happen, if it does present, I would still take it. What I would think is that probably the quasi will not form. I don't know, but if it were to form, I would have to. If I'm wanting to trade that quasi, it needs to break that neckline. Otherwise, there is no quasi to be traded. So we are. If you look, so the daily doesn't really convince me, or doesn't give us any opportunity to go short. Or not yet, at least. On the DH4, you can see that the quasi is a bit more plausible to trade. It would be probably that would be the break of the neckline that had the left shoulder break, and who knows if it comes back, I would wanting to be shorting from that level, and if not from the upper level, it gives you the better risk reward ratio in terms of the whole structure, but it's quite wide. That's why I don't like it. I would prefer just this smaller area, and then for the continuation into the monthly structure we saw before. That's a huge trade, by the way. So that's not necessarily something. I'm not necessarily going to be targeting the whole area, but I'll have to check if there's anything on the H4 in the daily before targeting that monthly area we have up below. So basically, there is a sort of we're seeing the market trying to reach that level, but I'm not interested in going short here. I'm going to be waiting for the market to reach some supply area it left behind that makes sense for me to short, not from current levels. So that basically stops me from taking trades from current levels. There could be a little daily trade here, right, from that H4, but the market, that would be a fresh order block, which I could be interested in taking short if the price were to come back. Not exactly. I don't have any. Well, maybe this makes sense to me. Not maybe. This does make sense to me. And I would be interested in taking a short from this level, this area, and from there. That's the area that I would be interested in taking a short from, only of course if it comes back within a certain number of candles on the H1. That would be, as long as this is still fresh, I would be wanting to take the trade after it gets into this area. It will have to start transitioning back into bearish order flow. So we'll have to see. Maybe on FOMC later on. Maybe that could be something, but currently it was already in a bearish reaction, or not reaction, bearish trend before the news, before the interest rate, and the after the interest rate decision was known, it actually accelerated to the downside. So chances of it coming back are not exactly great at this point. We'll have to see. So that's the dollar, that's the loonie, the dollar CAD. And let's take a look at perhaps euro dollar. Let's check the chat if we have anything here. Let's take a look. And the sage confirmed that he is from Jamaica in the Caribbean. So he was actually literally referring to a hurricane that he went through. I saw the news. Probably everyone saw the news. How impressive, like how imposing the hurricane looks. So good that you're safe, my friend. I hope everyone in your country is as well. So good stuff. All right, so let's take a look. I mean, good stuff is positive. That's what I mean. Not that the hurricane is good stuff. You get the point. So I want to ask about the quasi. good to hear that our viewer, went through the hurricane and is doing fine. All right, so the dollar CAD, not the dollar CAD, the quasi is a a reversal pattern. For those who are asking us, this is something I explain most of the time, not on every session, but very often. And this is the head and shoulder, right? Very common, very known. The left shoulder, the head, and the right shoulder, and it is a pattern that indicates that the market is reversing, right? Changing direction from one side to the other, from either bullish or bearish reversal. But point is that it is changing direction. Now the typical head and shoulder gets confirmed by the close, or by market being below that level, right? This base level where the shoulders are indicating, and that's the typical head and shoulder. But the quasi is when you, and I have to say, the head and shoulder is has a high degree of symmetry, but the quasi does not, right? So the quasi does not have to have equal shoulder heights or shoulder bases. It can have all kinds of aberrations in its form, and still be a quasi, as long as it complies with a couple of things. One is it has to be an uptrend, or not an uptrend, a trend, an established trend, and there can be different definition of that. You can make it a little bit more selective, a little bit more lenient, and then it needs to break a significant. If you have a trend, you probably know what a significant level is. Once it breaks that level, that will be considered the break of structure, right? The uptrend, the break of that uptrend, and then once it breaks it, you will be waiting for a certain amount of retrace for the market to come back and retrace the movement, right? The movement that created the break, right? The break of structure. And I use 50%, right? So I'm not interested in quasis that are less than 50%. Let's say something like that. I don't trade those. Only above 50%, but that's an arbitrary choice that I made. But you can, and once it goes back and presumably is going to create that right shoulder right here, that's where I start zooming in on the lower time frames to get a tight entry for my entries. And then I look for, usually, depending on the time frame of the pattern and the day of the time of the day and so on, I would target that low of the whole pattern. And if not, if I have reason, I'll just target the next level outside of that reversal, right? So that's how I trade. That is what the quasi is and how I trade it. So thank you for the question. Cello B2Q. Awesome. Thank you, The Sage, by the way, for watching us all the way from Jamaica. Thank you for that. Okay. Let me go check the chat if we have other messages that we should put on the on the screen. All right, perfect. Peter, a good friend of ours, of our stream, who watches our stream a lot, has the following question. Could you please share some examples of strong entry confirmations on the lower time frame after establishing your bias and setup based on your experience? Now, the trigger, right? The trigger for once you have your bias on the higher time frames or a higher time frame, and you have the setup, whatever that is. I use the quasis, but it doesn't have to be always the quasi. And you have everything is lining up. You have top-down analysis, perhaps even alignment. You get to the point where you have a, you're waiting for the sign, right? The signal, the trigger. And that trigger, for example, in the case of a quasi, let's say you have the quasi, breaks this and comes back above the 50% retracement. Let me move this along like so. And let's measure the 50% retracement right there. And let's say this is the H4, right? And on the, let's say this is the H1. The H4 is telling you a reason to go short. Let's assume that's the case. And the daily, right, as well. You have both the daily and the H4 telling you to go short. Now it gets there and you're looking for your entry, right? And there is a level, let's say on the H1, let's like so, and that would be your entry, the area, right? So when price reaches that level, let's say it reached it, and right there, and then what I do is I would zoom in, right? So that area would be, let me see if I can do that with you, right? So I'm gonna be, I don't think you can see it, but what I would do then is, there we go. I would look for, within that area, I would look for another quasi. That could be one way, that could be one trigger, right? So you go to, let's say you have a bigger 1 hour area where you want to be taking. Typically, I would mark it with yellow horizontal lines. You'll see that on my charts a lot. So that's the area that I'm interested in. Doesn't mean I'm gonna enter just because it reached it. But once it gets into that area, if I have maybe, it doesn't work like that. So I'm gonna take that away. Once it reached it in that area, I would then look for well, that's not a good example. I would look for another quasi, for example, or some candlestick combinations. And I'll give you, so you can look for a quasi on the 1 minute and get in on the move. Perhaps it's not going to be exactly the same, but let's say you get something like this. This could be on the 5 minute or on the 1 minute, right? So you get a 1 minute candle, 1 minute possible entry. Let me put that on the 5, right? So you get a 5 minute structure, right? Quasi. I'm using the same concepts as you can see on all the time frames, right? Fresh order blocks. I'm only using 2 fresh order blocks and quasis. Once you have that, you can then, I'll do the same thing, right? Because the market is fractal, I will identify above the 50% retracement what the entry is, and I'll wait for the market to come to that area, right? So the market comes there, and I'm going to wait. You decide what the trigger is, but you can either use a pattern or a candlestick combination. Either one is fine, as long as it is something that indicates, this is the definition, something, a pattern or a candlestick combination that indicates that, as in this case, since this is a bearish setup, right? You're basically wanting to take this trade. Let me mark it like so. Basically wanting to take this trade, either from somewhere in there, putting your stop above. You're assuming that the reversal that you're seeing on the lower time frame, right? This is the lower time frame. You're assuming that the reversal or the candlestick combination that you're seeing on the lower time frame is indicating a reversal, right? Why? Because if a reversal is happening at a place where the bigger time frame is indicating that it's a good place for market to reverse from, you're going to assume that actually what you're seeing is the formation of the right shoulder. You don't know that in advance. Trading is probability, so you will fail. You will not win. You will not be able to catch all of them. It will go sometimes without you. Sometimes you think it's going to reverse and it doesn't. It fails. The reversal pattern does not work. But that's the underlying idea behind it, right? So you're looking for either another quasi, a pattern, or a candlestick combination that indicates, as this is a bearish as this is a bearish setup, you need to be looking for the sign that sellers are taking control. And it does not matter if you're using, engulfings, pin bars, candlestick combinations. If you're using for any kinds of, as I said, candlestick combinations or patterns, as long as you have experience, data that proves, and you know how to use the pattern, you know how to, it's as a tool to indicate that sellers are actually coming in, not just hoping, but you actually know by the experience that numbers, the sellers are coming in, and you are it is likely to have at least some kind of a push down, right? At least you don't know from the candlestick that it's going to go, or from the pattern that's going to go all the way down, but it's going to go down at least a little bit. And once that the higher time frame sees that, right? So you have, let's say, when this happens, what you will see is that on the higher time frame, you will see a a pattern where it will be evident, it will be clear for, let's say, the hourly and perhaps even the H4, that the market has turned, right? It's going to be visible on the higher time frames, and then the likelihood that they will see the bigger pattern as well, and it will work as a self-fulfilling prophecy, becomes increasingly bigger. And that's basically how I trade. So to answer the question, Peter, without giving you a specific candlestick combination, because I don't think I don't think I should, but you're looking for a sign, pattern, or candlestick combination that tells you that the side, right, the direction that your setup is in, that side is winning the battle. That's what you're, so whatever you can, that indicates that could be a good trigger. Okay, hopefully that helps, and if not, let me know. We'll see if I can revisit that question. All right, let's take a look at what else do we have. All right, so EU, let's go to EU. Perfect. Someone asking about NASDAQ. Yeah, sure, we can take a look at NASDAQ as well, but let's first go to EU. All right, so what do we have here? On EU, on the monthly time frame, we have a quasi from the left, a quite huge quasi, but still beautiful to indicate or to let people know about, right? That's the established uptrend. That's the left shoulder, the neckline, the head, breaks it, has one retest of that beautiful order block, and then continues. And because it continues, it expands the quasi to be an even bigger one, right? So these are the levels. This is the size of the pattern, all the way. This is the low and the high of that pattern, and we're getting back at an area where we haven't reached that yet, but we're getting back at an area of two areas. We're now retesting one where the sellers could be coming back, right? It's not certain. And here we have one area from the left. Is that area that we're seeing right here, which is the monthly anti-order block short. And what do we see here? We see the market reacting favorably, or in the direction, confirming that there is a supply area there, right? That's what it's telling us, nothing else. If there wasn't any supply area there, then you wouldn't see this kind of candlestick combination, right? You wouldn't see that, even though it hasn't closed yet. So you'll have to take it with a grain of salt, because we still have to wait 3 days. Basically, this Friday it will close. So it's not closed yet. You have to wait for that, the monthly, to actually close. But if it closes anything like the way it is right now, it will then confirm that the market has reacted on the monthly time frame. Why am I moving it? You might ask, right? It's confirming the reaction that we had from the supply zone. So that's one thing. The weekly. So you have possible confirmation on the monthly that the market has reacted, and if that's going to be the case on that monthly, why is that important? What does that signal tell us? Well, it tells us, who won the battle in these two candles, and it gives you a good idea that the market will likely continue to go lower in the next couple of candles, either directly or with some retest of a order block above us. That's what it tells you. So on the weekly time frame, we have one bearish structure retested, follow through. We have another one which is also retested here, and we haven't had the follow through is the move down as it closes there, but we're still in that phase of the follow through of the second order block. So that's the weekly. We have a bearish structure above us, and we don't have anything below us all the way to this level. Okay, so on the daily, what else do we have? So the daily time frame, we do have a quasi, which is roughly that to be the pattern. Well, this is the pattern, the smallest part of the pattern. You have the left shoulder, the head, neckline, breaks the neckline, and it comes back to retest that daily order block to move, presumably to close that pattern. I say this is the expected or the measured the expected from price, to close the pattern. But once it closes and it actually managed to break down the pattern, which is by then completed, projects that the market will likely have some follow through later on, because that's what the pattern tells you. It's a reversal, and the reversal, if it's successful, it will have some kind of a follow through after completing the pattern, right? And on the higher time frame, that gives us some idea. We have a weekly laying below, which might be what the market is aiming for, because remember, we are coming from a monthly and weekly structures we are leaving behind, so we're likely going to go to a weekly structure, because monthly structures aren't visible at all, right? There are no monthly structures here. So if anything, if we need a next structure to aim for, it's going to be a weekly, nothing else. Okay, let me double check something before we continue. All right, okay, perfect. Don't forget, guys, subscribe, like the channel if you think this is useful to you. If you think so, it is useful to you, then likely it is useful for others as well. Don't keep it to yourself. Be generous. Share it with others. All right, so that's the daily. We have at the same token, we do have a structure here below for a possible long signal, but we're not there yet. Actually, you have two structures, a daily, a long and a short on the daily. Even though the weekly and the monthly are bullish, right? You can still have both of these patterns together, right? So you have a bullish order block, bullish pattern, bullish quasi, which is this, right? Right here, which can still have at least some kind of a pop from this area. And you have the sell quasi that I just indicated, which is this, right? So both of them, they form, this happens all the time on both sides of the market. And obviously, one can be, you can take both of them, because not always it goes to completion, the whole pattern, and in between you can already get your target, or because your target doesn't have to be always the completion of the pattern. For example, If the market comes here, let me move this away. If the target comes back to this area and it does signal, meaning on the daily, the H4 and lower time frame, you do get a setup, an alignment, and a trigger, and it does move, even though it may not reach target. Complete the full pattern. You can certainly take it to the next level, which could be an order block it left behind. That is plenty of profit to be had, 150, 100, or even 200 just with that pop. And all of that comes from quasis reacting, price reacting on the reversal patterns on each side, right? So it's a little bit paradoxical that you have, bullish and bearish reversals at the same time. You would ask, well, why is that possible? Well, it happens all the time. The only thing is that one of them two is going to actually complete the pattern, not both of them. They can't. One will win the eventual battle, but in between, you can use their signals to trade the expected pop, while you have an opposing pattern visible. The thing is that you're gonna be, if you do that, you're gonna be buying from key levels from the pattern and selling from key levels above. So it's still perfectly logical that you can take the both of them not take both of them at the same time, but trade them, have them both on your chart, and be on the lookout to get entries on each of them, even if they're in opposing structures, right? Because doesn't have to go all the way to one side, and one of them, not one of them, both of them will still give you, great signals typically. So on the daily time frame, we on the sell structure, which is this. Let me move that around. Right, the area to be selling is this daily order block, which we already reacted at. But we could get back at it and have another, another retest and another chance getting short there. That's one thing. Or it could go to the next level and then give us a second there. So I'm looking to short these two levels. That's on the, but we're not there yet. We're in the middle of, not in the middle, but we're quite low, much lower than these entry order blocks on the quasi. And if you compare the, if we look at the bullish quasi, the only structure we have is this area we have below us. So basically on the daily swing trade, bigger level, bigger pattern, we are not exactly in the middle, but we are between two levels, indicating, kind of in the middle of nowhere, no man's land. It could go up, could go down. This is not ideal for any entries. That's why Samir, I think it was Samir that mentioned that, he's not looking to go. He thinks EU looks choppy. And when I heard that, I know what he's talking about, because we are in the middle of these two levels. And it's likely, that's why he said it looks choppy, right? So it can go sideways for some time without, any clear direction. So that's on the bigger picture on the daily. If we go zoom in, we can still catch. So the reversal pattern tells us that, and if we use the weekly and the daily bias, then we understand that likely the bearish daily pattern has the upper hand, because it has the higher time frame on his side, or her side, whichever you like. So we can understand that the likelihood that the market will eventually go lower is, bigger. But the question is, will it do that from this level or from after reaching some supply area? And if it needs a supply area, the question is, will it use an existing one, or will it create one? We don't know that because that's future, events. We don't know that. But maybe, just maybe today, right? Because it's FOMC, maybe today will give us the fuel or the right market condition to create such a supply area. Maybe, just maybe. We'll have to see. Let's see. I haven't checked CeeLo. I haven't checked any pattern recognition on TradingView, any tool or indicator. I can't say because I haven't checked, but I suppose I think I have seen indicators in the past that that will recognize head and shoulders, but that wasn't on the TradingView. That was some time ago. It's easily coded, so I would imagine that it is possible. However, I don't use one because I have no need to to use an indicator for that. But I'll check. Maybe I'll check and see if I can find one and indicate you guys where you can find it and how you can find it. That would be nice. Okay, so EU, we're, as I said, on the daily time frame, we're kind of in the middle of two levels, and price is not exactly looking at the from this level. This leg doesn't give us any reasons to go short. And looking from the consolidation area, although that's a level you would typically look for a long, because we had that reaction upwards. To me, in terms of order blocks and quasi, it does not give me a lot of reasons to go long from there. So I'm on the daily waiting, daily, weekly, monthly, basically waiting for new structures to form that I can then take on my day trades. Looking at the in about not in about, but about an hour and 30 minutes ago, I closed. I showed a few trades that I closed this morning, and I'll now explain what are the structures that I use to indicate that trade. Right, we had a bullish order block here. Let me indicate it. Right, the trade that I was looking for is the following. Actually, there is an extra reason that is not visible here, but on EU, this level, let me mark it, the 49 there. That was a daily pivot point. That is a daily pivot point right here, right? That was the reason I got out of the trade. I was actually aiming for price to reach a little bit higher the order block we had above. But since we have the H4 order block, but since we had that pivot point, and from experience I know that market reacts to these levels sometimes, and it may linger as it reacts, and before it goes through it may take some time. I didn't want to leave the trade open, also because I'm going to be streaming, so I wanted to be a little bit proactive on the management on that, and also because we have FOMC later on, and we know that the market typically gets compressed before such big news. But you also know that sometimes we get some news that relates to what the expectation, either in the future, not this FOMC rating decision, but some other in the future that changes things, that is has sort of an X factor, a unpredictability to it. So I'm a little bit more cautious because of that, and that's why I took the trade off. Normally I would just leave my target to be hit, which were in this area. And what I did see was the reaction that we got from this is on the 5 minute, but I got the trade from below 1 minute time frame, and we had a reversal here after we broke the quasi. I had a quasi here. Let me right here, and this is the quasi. Actually, it's the quasi is much here. There was the quasi to enter, but I was looking at other time frames, and we had a 5 minute, and I believe we also had a 3 minute quasi before, and we had a break. You could call it manipulation or liquidity sweep of that reversal pattern, which is the pattern was so. Right, so that was basically the quasi breaks the neckline, and it goes to that order block and it reacts, but it didn't trigger me. It didn't trigger me along from here because it didn't give me the signal, and it came back and went through it. And I know from experience that the once these levels, right, the order block on the 1 minute and on the 5 minute and on the 3 that was visible there are going to be stops below that, and that's exactly what happened. It went through them, and that gave me a sub 1 minute quasi that did that, and I got in, and it moved away all the way. I was aiming for this level, I never got it, right? So something like that, and it was there. My entry were on that wick when the market was coming back. It was very clear that the market had a nice reaction. I put my stops. They were very, very tight. Actually, I can't use them here because it was because of the magnet that I have now on. And this is basically the kind of maybe a little bit more of a but that's the trade that I show you guys. That was the idea. The failure of one quasi, and then on the lower time frame, the market showing the reversal, then coming in after taking the stops and then moving the opposite direction. And actually I closed the position when that happened, right? So when the market did that, right? So it broke. I saw the reaction, the opposing reaction before reaching target. The target was just a tiny bit higher, and I know from experience and back testing that if it rejects that area with a pivot point or something else that is significant in my data, I will know that this can clearly happen, and even it can later on break down, and you would give away the profit that you basically had, like what, 95% of the profit, and it's not worth the the risk, even though it might take it out later. I know the best thing to do, the optimal thing to do that is to just take the profit, right? And in that case, it went something like that. All right, so that's EU. Hope that helps you guys in looking at the market. If you have any question, let me know. All right, let me go back and see if we have on the H4. So we do have an area here, which I like for a possible quasi. It's tiny, I know, and it is. I don't like it because the actual areas on the dailies are much higher and lower. So I know what I want it for, right? I want it just for one level to the next. I'm not interested in a swing trade because it's not from a swing trade perspective. We're in the middle of two levels, right? So I don't want to, without evidence, take a guess or a bet which direction we're going to be taking on, because I don't have the data yet. The data, by the data I mean the price action that indicates we're going down now or higher on the daily time frame. So I do have an area here where I'm looking to go short from, putting a stop, above that, and targeting. I haven't decided yet, but I'm probably going to be targeting the levels below here. Let me take these away. That's one thing, but are we there yet? So let's take a look at the H2. Do we have a reason here? Yes, we do, but it's not refining. If it's not refining, I'm not interested in an overlap that is not refining. So it needs to be, that's an order block that has been taken out, and on the H1 does not have any reason in here, right? That means that I'm not going to be taking, there's no overlap, at least not currently, there's no overlap for me to short that H4. I'll have to wait. Maybe the market, right, as it comes in, maybe it will then create these structures that I need to go to take it. If it does it, then, then I would be interested. But so far, I'm still waiting. Market hasn't given us that area. There is a beautiful outside bar creating that created an order block, but it is not overlapping. So I can't do anything with it. It's not useful. It is an anti-order block on the H1, but not useful. I can't use it. Actually, it's not even a quasi. Let me double check something here. Do we have a... Yeah, we do have a quasi. So this would be the head. This is the head. The left shoulder on this time frame would be this. Left shoulder, the neckline, it did take it. It did not trigger anything on the H1. That's why I didn't take that trade. I mean, this move, it didn't trigger me, that move, because there wasn't anything for me to trade. And let's double check on the H4. Yeah, this is no longer fresh. That's why I took it off. That's no longer fresh, so I'm not going to be trading that. If anything, I'm only interested in this order block, but that doesn't have anything yet valid to be trading. Yeah, the neckline on the H2 as well is below here. The quasi hasn't been created yet. All right, so I'm basically waiting for price to give me a sign that this is or create a structure here that I can trade from, which hasn't happened yet. Okay, all right. So, and on the flip side, we didn't get an order block here, right? So that means that I'm left with really nothing to trade, but that's okay. I had my trade this morning, so I will be waiting. And in any case, I do not hold a position all the time through FOMC. Usually I am on the cautious side. I can only take it if I have enough distance between my entry and my stop, or actually between not the entry, between the current price right before the FOMC, like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and my stop. If there's enough distance, then I can leave that trade on responsibly. But at most of the times, I end up needing to take that trade away, take that trade off. All right, so let's see. Great. I'm happy. I'm happy that helped. Perform. Help you as well. All right. Europe yen. Yes, let's take a look. I'll take a look at euro yen. No problem. No problem, Zillow. Hit the like button for you and everyone else. If you want to get more information about quasis, order blocks, my definition of order blocks is a little bit different than perhaps on YouTube, and that's fine. come back to our stream, make those questions, and I will do my best each day. That's what we do, to answer as much as possible of any question you may have. Let's see. How long does it take you to take trades on quasi? Do you have to wait a while? If we take trades on the daily, yes. If the execution time frame is on the daily, that means that it's going to take a very long time for me to get entries. A quasi can be quite large, sometimes easily tens of bars. Actually, it is tens of bars, but easily into the 60, 80 bars to form the quasi, right? So if that's on the daily, you can already get an idea that the quasi would then take the whole quasi. Although on the daily you could be trading multiple pairs. I don't do that because my entries are on the minutes, on the minutes time frame. But if I were to trade it on, let's say, my entries are on the H4 or the H4 time frame, or in the hourlies, in any case, you could then trade all 28 pairs. You have to see how the correlation works, if that makes sense or not, but you could definitely take that. But on the daily time frame, for your question, one pair would, the pattern will take 2-3 months to form, and you may or may not get the signal. So go figure. It would be quite slow. You'll have to do all pairs, and then maybe that would make sense. You'll have maybe a couple of signals a week if you do that, but using all pairs, which you'll have to test, as I said, if the correlation is okay to do that, right? Normally, with many strategies, you don't want to be trading the same currencies, or you want to be cautious of adding, let's say, euro yen and euro dollar and euro pound, because you have the euro part on each pair, and if the euro is moving, then you will have maybe 3 entries which are basically the same. However, with the quasis, because my entries are very tight and very my stops are very tight as well, they I quickly I get feedback from the market quickly when the market isn't reversing at these levels, so I get stopped out very quickly. And it's not a problem at all having multiple pairs having the same currencies. I do that a lot, and it's okay. You do get a little bit of a bigger, deeper drawdown, but the upside is still worth it, because you can catch multiple moves on the different pairs. And even if it is the same currency that is shared, the signals aren't at the same time, at the same moment. So it's okay. I think it's okay to be taken, at least the way that I trade. You have to do your homework, of course, and make sure that it does make sense for you as well. Okay. Perfect. Let's continue. All right. Take a look at. Well, we still have NAS to look at. Someone asked for the NAS trade. Let me take a look at pound. That is for myself, by the way. What are we? We've visited this pair. We started at the beginning. I want to see how it's doing. I was waiting for the H4 to start. For markets to start creating order blocks structures that indicate that buyers are getting the overhand, and well, we will not get any signal from this, not signals to enter, but any signs of this, of the buyers getting the overhand in about until the market, the candle closes, not the market, the candle. So that would be in 2 hours and 11 minutes. Nothing to do there. I do want to just check what is the lower time frame telling us. and the lower time frame hasn't switched yet bullish, right? So if anything, it's still nicely bearish. That tells us that it's, there's nothing here to go long for. Lower lows and lower highs, nothing here. The market there is a little area here that if this breaks, that will create a little pop, most likely, because if it breaks this little 50-minute order block, that would mean that the market has sort of switched in terms of market structure, but I wouldn't be able to take this long yet, because I will need the H4 to close so I can build my setup. But on the lower time frame, if you're scalping, for example, you can then assume that you will have an acceleration from that level. Someone asked, I think it was on Discord, perhaps not on here, or maybe it was here. No, I think it was on Discord, how I scalp the market, how I go about scalping. I'm not going to go into the details of that exactly right here or right now, but I will tell that when you break down the market, one particular pair, one asset, in using a certain either an indicator or price action, you can then identify, right? Because the way that I trade, I scalp is using supply and demand, right? So understanding, using top-down analysis, understanding where are the levels that the market is supposed to. Let me put it this way. So let's say you have bearish market structure. Let's say Sharkistas, the way to enter our Discord community is by buying an account with us. The smallest account is the 5K high stake account, which, if I'm not mistaken, goes for $39. Once you have that's the smallest account. Once you have an account with us in the hub account, on your hub area, when you log into your account, on the lower left corner, there will be an icon. That is your portal into the Discord community. The Discord community itself is free, right? But you have to be, you got to have an account with us. Once you have an account, then the Discord stays for free. It's not that you have to be funded or have the account, active or anything like that. But you do have to have an account with us. That will give you entrance to the Discord community. A very recommended, even though obviously I'm biased because I'm from that community. But we have seen, I'll show you guys this message. Where is it? I think I saw it, about 2 hours ago. I didn't put it on yet because, there we go. We have here one comment from one viewer when we were talking about the Discord community. It's highly recommended. I mean, it's not me telling you this. Our viewers are telling you this. They have been in other communities as well, but ours is, according to the viewer, not my words. The other communities have zero chance when compared against our community, and it's for a reason, right? It's engineered that way, so to speak. All right, so no problem. I'll see you inside. I'll have another stream on the Discord in about 40 some minutes, right? Where I might trade live, share the actual trades, or talk about it's an interactive and it's a free script, so it's not fixed. I may have topics on certain days that I want to discuss, but usually I go with the flow and help, as the crowd, try to read the crowd, see what they want, and we go into as deep as possible and as deep as necessary in scrutinizing, the considerations and the effectiveness of different methods and intervention into becoming a better trader. All right. So as I was saying, the way that I scalp, and I have to say also that I'm not an expert scalper. It's something that I've been developing the last couple of months. But still, what I have do, I've been getting some good results. My main strategy isn't the scalping strategy, the one that I've developed many years ago that I'm funded with, and all of that is not the scalping strategy. That's what I wanted to say basically. But how I scalp is the you know using keeping it simple, having a top-down analysis, either using the hourlies, some time frame in the hourlies, or even multiple, to identify what the market is trying to do, what is the likely next leg in the market, right? So if the market is like so, and you have let me break it down. Let's say you have, right, so let me eliminate this. But let's say you have this, the market broke, right, on the higher time frame, broke that level, right? There's one thing, clearly the previous swing low that is now broken, that was, until it was broken, that would be support, right? That's demand. That's a demand. So that's what caused the market to have this move up. So once you identify supply and demand on each time frame, not all of them, but the one you designated to be part of your trade plan, you can then understand, and you can use order blocks, you can use swing points, you can then understand that the market will have a certain reaction based on the success, the strength, or the weakness and the failure of these levels, these structures, these areas. So for example, if the market is coming back into that demand zone, and you're seeing on a lower time frame that the market on a lower time frame, so let's say this is the H1, and you're looking at the 5-minute, and you're seeing that the 5-minute as well is forming bearish market structure, meaning it's breaking, it's making lower lows, it's having to the downside bigger candles, and it takes more time to come back. The impulsiveness is to the downside. As long as that is true, even though this is a demand zone, right? So you're just the fact that it's a demand zone, you expect it to work as a demand zone. But in order it to flip back, or not flip back the price action, but to transform the price action back to bullish, it needs on the lower time frame to transition it first. As long as it's not transitioning, that indicates that the market is likely to break the structure. The structure is likely to break, right? So in anticipation, and as the market is doing that, you can then scalp the market for the breakdown, right? Breakdown, where you put your stop depends on the structures you have on the microstructure. And since it's scalped, you're only looking for the next level. It says 1 pip, but it doesn't have to be 1 pip. It can be any 5 pip, 10 pips, depending on the next level, or even less sometimes. And you're just looking for the market to do the next push, and maybe there isn't anything from the left, so then you will have to use data, the size of these moves. Let's say you can measure how long, how much, when it breaks a lower low, how big are these legs, and then you can project, if it breaks this, it's likely to go back first and then push lower, right? And then you can, using multiple time frames, to wait for the market to come back. As long as it doesn't break it doesn't switch over to be bullish order flow, you can anticipate the break, because that's likely what's going to happen. for the market. Once it breaks, you understand that below this level, there's going to be a lot of stops, and the market is going to, take these stops and they're going to, push much, much lower. If you can read, let's say the 1 minute, the 2 minutes, the 5 minutes, and using it in conjunction with the H1, you can spot, for example, when the market on is when a structure is going to fail. At the same token, you can look for on the lower time frames for when the market is actually breaking the structure, right? Either by quasis, by forming bullish order block, and coming back and doing exactly that. And once it does that, it's no different basically, but just another approach. Then you can take the longs from it. And these longs are just scalps. Doesn't have to be quasis, by the way. I use other concepts as well. And then you're just looking for the next level. The next level could be another area here, and that's it. And you're not looking for a big move. This could be even smaller. You're only looking for that little push, and you're out. And the market might get here and perhaps even continue lower. That's, you don't really care. You just follow the price action. If it's looking to switch, transform back to bullish, you go with that flow, because you understand that here you have to combine it with alignment. You understand that there's a bullish there's a demand zone there, and that increases your chances of having that little pop. And even if the market continues to go much higher, right, that's fine. That's not your trade. Your trade was just to take it from one level to the next, and that's how I scalp. So basically I look for these levels and I try to read the market in real time on the fly to see if the level is going to break. If it breaks, I'm going to be shorting it, and if it's going to hold or not. And I wait for those reasons on these time frames to stack up, so my chances are in my favor. And that's it. As simple, obviously it's not as simple, but I mean, in principle, that's it. There's nothing too complex about that. All right, let me check the chat before we go. Perfect. Someone asked me about my views on FOMC. I have no views of FOMC. Obviously, I read a lot, and I know what the expectation is. I know what the Fed chairman has and the other government has been signaling us. I know what the market is expecting. I know that we are likely to be seeing lower rates coming. Probably they're going to lower it. And in the coming, there's going to be 2 rate cuts. Most likely, that's the expectation. But all of that is irrelevant to me in the sense of my strategy. I trade mechanically, not the scalper. The scalper is price action. Is not exactly mechanical. There's a little bit of freedom there. But my main strategy, the one I'm funded with, the one that I my main source of income is mechanical. So, and in that trade plan, the FOMC and similar high impact news have a place, but the place isn't. I need to check if there is a high impact news on that date, but I don't have to have an idea, a bias, or a read, or even a projection of what that level, what that number is going to be. I just trade price action, either how the market stands, how the market forms before the news, and I'll have to decide whether I can hold it through the news, or just I'll take the target or just the profit or loss before the news, get the trade off before the news, or after the news, right? But I do need to know that there is a news coming up so I can adjust to it. But the actual content, the direction, my opinion on today's FOMC is irrelevant for the trade plan, and so I don't spend. I enjoy reading about it, but I don't spend. It's not an input of my strategy. So, simple question is, I I have a view, but I don't think I'm the right person to answer or give you any insights, because I don't really use that information in my strategies, and I'm not collecting data on my views. So if something is not validated, then I'd rather not share it with others, right? Because I want to be sure it's of value before I share something. All right, that's it on today's stream. Awesome. I really like the fact we had a lot of people watching us today. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate your time, all your likes, your subscribes, buttons being clicked. Thank you for that. And if you haven't done so, that it's a friendly reminder to do so. Hit the subscribe button. Subscribe to the channel, where we have our goal this year to hit 100K subscribers. And you bet, when it's a matter of time, when we reach that, we will have a great celebration with a lot of giveaways. So you have it's in your own interest. So we reach that as fast as possible as well. So I would like to thank you all for your time, and hope to see you again soon. So, and don't forget, we have Discord in about 40 minutes. So join us if you can. That's it, and take care, guys. Goodbye.